There comes a moment in life when you become tired of fighting the world while secretly fighting yourself at the same time. You smile around people, but deep inside, you keep doubting your worth. You compare yourself to others, overthink your flaws, and slowly forget how valuable you truly are. But Buddhism teaches something powerful. You were never born to hate yourself. You were never born to feel worthless. The pain, the rejection, the failures, and the opinions of people made you forget your light. In this video, you will learn powerful Buddhist lessons that will help you stop doubting yourself, heal your inner mind, and finally see your true value again. Because the moment you stop hating yourself, your energy changes, your confidence returns, and your entire life begins to glow differently. 1. Stop speaking to yourself. Like an enemy, many people hurt themselves every single day with their own thoughts without even realizing it. After one mistake, they immediately call themselves a failure. After one rejection, they start believing they are not good enough. Slowly, negative thoughts become stronger and stronger until they begin controlling the way a person sees themselves. Even small problems start feeling heavy because the mind is already filled with self-criticism and doubt. In Buddhism, thoughts are not permanent truths. They come and go like clouds in the sky. But when you repeat negative thoughts every day, your mind slowly accepts them as reality. If you constantly tell yourself that you are weak, useless, or unworthy, your confidence slowly disappears. This is how self-hatred quietly grows inside the mind. You must learn to speak to yourself with kindness instead of anger. Nobody becomes stronger by hating themselves. Real growth happens when you treat yourself with patience, understanding, and compassion. Your mind listens carefully to the words you repeat every day. The moment you stop becoming your own enemy, your healing finally begins. 2. Your value does not depend on other people. Many people only feel good about themselves when others praise them, support them, or give them attention. But the moment they are ignored, rejected, or criticized, they start doubting their worth again. They allow other people's opinions to decide how they feel about themselves. Slowly, their happiness becomes completely dependent on outside validation. In Buddhism, attachment to validation creates suffering. People's opinions change all the time. Someone may appreciate you today and ignore you tomorrow. If your confidence depends on people, your peace will never remain stable for long. A flower does not ask anyone for permission to bloom. The sun does not wait for praise before it shines. In the same way, your value already exists even when nobody notices it. You do not need everyone to accept you in order to become worthy. The moment you stop begging for validation, you begin feeling stronger inside yourself. Real confidence comes from knowing your own value without needing constant approval from others. Your worth was never created by people, and it can never be taken away by them. 3. Stop comparing your life to everyone else. One of the biggest reasons people lose confidence in themselves is because they constantly compare their lives to others. They look at someone else's success and suddenly feel behind in life. They see other people looking happy, attractive, rich, or confident, and they begin questioning their own value. Slowly, comparison turns into insecurity, and insecurity slowly turns into self-hatred. Many people spend hours comparing themselves on social media without realizing how much damage it creates inside the mind. They see perfect pictures, achievements, relationships, expressive lifestyles, and attention from others, but they do not see the pain, stress, loneliness, or struggles hidden behind those images. They compare their real life to someone else's highlight moments, and because of that, they always feel like they are losing. In Buddhism, comparison is seen as a major source of suffering because it disconnects you from your own journey. Instead of appreciating your growth, your lessons, and your progress, you become obsessed with what other people have. The mind starts believing that everyone else is doing better, living better, and becoming happier than you. But this way of thinking only creates more negativity and inner pain. Buddha taught that every human being walks a different path in life. Some people succeed early, some people grow slowly. Some people learn strength through suffering, while others learn wisdom through failure. Life is not a race where everyone must move at the same speed. A flower that blooms late is still beautiful. In the same way, your journey still matters, even if it looks different from someone else's. The truth is that constantly comparing yourself steals your peace. It makes you blind to your own blessings, your own progress, and your own growth. You forget how much you have already survived. You forget how much stronger you have become. You forget that your life has its own meaning and timing. The moment you stop comparing yourself to others, something peaceful begins happening inside you. Your mind becomes calmer. You stop feeling pressure to prove yourself constantly. You begin focusing on your own healing, your own goals, and your own happiness. Instead of chasing another person's life, you finally start building your own. Real peace begins when you understand that you were never created to become someone else. You were created to become the best version of yourself. 4. Your mistakes do not define your soul. Many people secretly hate themselves because they cannot let go of their past mistakes. Every night, they replay old memories inside their mind and keep reminding themselves of everything they did wrong. They remember failures, embarrassing moments, bad decisions, heartbreaks, missed opportunities, and moments where they disappointed themselves or others. Even when life starts moving forward, their mind keeps pulling them back into the past again and again. Some people made one mistake years ago, but still punish themselves every single day because of it. They start believing that their failures define who they are. After failing once, they call themselves failures forever. After making a wrong decision, they believe they are permanently broken or weak. Slowly, guilt and regret begin destroying their confidence and inner peace. But in Buddhism, mistakes are seen differently. Buddha taught that suffering becomes heavier when we continue holding on to the past. Every human being makes mistakes because every human being is still learning. Nobody enters life with complete wisdom. People grow through pain, failure, confusion, and difficult experiences. Mistakes are part of being human, not proof that you are worthless. The problem is not the mistake itself. The real problem begins when you turn the mistake into your identity. Many people stop believing in themselves because of one painful chapter in their life. They forget that one bad moment cannot define an entire soul. A person who falls can still rise again. A person who becomes lost can still find peace again. Think about a tree during winter. When the leaves fall, the tree does not hate itself or believe its life is over. It understands that seasons change. In the same way, difficult seasons are part of your growth too. Some lessons can only be learned through pain. Some wisdom only comes after failure. Some strength only appears after suffering. In Buddhism, healing begins when you stop fighting your past and start learning from it instead. Your mistakes were not sent to destroy you. They were sent to teach you awareness, patience, wisdom, and growth. Every painful experience carries a lesson if you are willing to learn from it. You must also understand that constantly hating yourself for the past will never change what already happened. No amount of guilt can erase old mistakes. No amount of self-punishment can rewrite yesterday. The only thing you can control now is the person you choose to become moving forward. Forgiving yourself does not mean pretending your mistakes never happened. It means accepting that you are human and choosing to grow instead of staying trapped in regret forever. The moment you forgive yourself, your heart begins feeling lighter. Your mind becomes calmer. Slowly, hope starts returning again. Many people are still suffering today, not because of what happened to them, but because they refuse to release themselves from their own guilt. They continue carrying emotional pain long after the moment has already passed. But Buddhism teaches that every new moment is another chance to begin again. You are not trapped by your past unless you keep chaining yourself to it. Growth is always possible. Healing is always possible. Inner peace is always possible. Your mistakes may have been part of your story, but they were never meant to become your entire identity. You are still growing, you are still learning, and your soul is worth far more than the worst thing you have ever done. 5. Protect your inner energy from negativity. Many people do not realize how deeply their environment affects their mind and emotions. They stay around negative people for too long and slowly begin losing their peace, confidence, and happiness. Every day they listen to criticism, complaints, anger, drama, gossip, and disrespect until their own energy starts becoming heavy too. Over time, they begin feeling emotionally tired without fully understanding why. Some people constantly make others feel small because they are unhappy inside themselves. They criticize everything, spread negativity everywhere, and drain the peace of everyone around them. If you spend too much time around people like this, their energy slowly affects your own thoughts. You begin doubting yourself more. You become mentally exhausted. Even your confidence starts disappearing little by little. In Buddhism, protecting your inner peace is extremely important because the mind absorbs whatever it stays around for too long. Just like dirty water affects everything placed inside it, a toxic environment slowly affects your emotions, your thinking, and your spirit. That is why Buddha taught the importance of awareness, peaceful company, and emotional balance. Many people stay connected to unhealthy situations because they are afraid of being alone. They continue giving their energy to people who disrespect them, manipulate them, ignore their feelings, or constantly bring stress into their life. But slowly, this destroys their emotional health. They lose themselves while trying to keep everyone else comfortable. You must understand that not every person deserves unlimited access to your energy. Some people only enter your life to create confusion, pain, and emotional exhaustion. This does not mean you hate them. In Buddhism, hatred only creates more suffering, but it does mean you learn when to create healthy distance in order to protect your peace. Sometimes silence is healing. Sometimes walking away is wisdom. Sometimes protecting your energy is the most loving thing you can do for yourself. There are people who leave every conversation feeling lighter and calmer. But there are also people who leave you emotionally drained every single time you speak to them. Your soul already knows the difference. The problem is that many people ignore these feelings for too long until their peace completely disappears. In Buddhism, inner peace is more valuable than constant approval from others. You do not need to stay in toxic environments just to avoid disappointing people. Real self-respect begins when you stop sacrificing your mental peace for relationships that only bring pain and negativity into your life. Protecting your energy also means being careful about what you feed your mind every day. Constant negativity online, endless comparison, fear, anger, and emotional chaos slowly damage the mind. If you consume negativity every single day, eventually your thoughts become negative too. That is why peaceful habits are important. Quiet moments, meditation, reflection, nature, positive conversations, and time alone can slowly heal the mind again. The more peaceful your environment becomes, the clearer your mind becomes. You start thinking better. You feel emotionally lighter. Your confidence slowly returns. You stop carrying unnecessary stress everywhere you go. A calm mind is not created by accident. It is created by protecting your peace every single day. Your inner glow cannot survive in constant negativity. That is why you must learn to protect your energy carefully, because your peace is sacred. 6. Your presence already matters more than you think. Many people secretly believe they are unimportant. They walk through life feeling invisible, unnoticed, and emotionally disconnected from the world around them. They think nobody truly cares about them, nobody values their existence. Nobody notices their effort, their kindness, or the silent battles they fight every single day. Slowly, they begin believing that their life has no real meaning. There are people who smile around others while secretly feeling empty inside. They sit in crowded rooms but still feel alone. They help everyone around them but secretly wonder if anyone would help them in return. They spend years doubting their value because they cannot see immediate proof that they matter to the world. This quiet emotional pain slowly becomes heavier over time. But in Buddhism, every human life carries meaning and value, even when the world fails to recognize it immediately. Buddha taught that every living being carries Buddha nature inside them, which means every person contains the potential for wisdom, compassion, love, peace, and awakening. Your value does not begin when the world notices you. Your value already existed from the moment you were born. The problem is that many people only measure their worth through outside success. They think they matter only if they become rich, famous, attractive, admired, or important in society's eyes. But this way of thinking creates endless suffering because there will always be someone richer, more successful, more popular, or more admired. If your worth depends on constantly proving yourself, your peace will never remain stable. In Buddhism, your existence itself already has meaning. The simple fact that you are alive, breathing, learning, growing, and capable of kindness already makes your life valuable. You do not need to become extraordinary in the eyes of the world to deserve peace, love, or respect. Many people underestimate how deeply their presence affects others. Sometimes your smile gives comfort to someone having the worst day of their life. Sometimes your kindness gives another person hope when they were emotionally exhausted. Sometimes your words help someone continue fighting their struggles even when they wanted to give up. But most of the time, you will never fully see the impact you have on others because human influence is often invisible. A candle does not fully realize how much darkness it removes from a room. In the same way, you often cannot see how your energy, your presence, and your kindness quietly affect the people around you. There are people alive today because someone once showed them compassion during a painful moment. There are people healing slowly because someone listened to them when nobody else cared. Small acts of kindness can change lives more than you realize. Many people spend years believing they are not enough because they compare themselves to loud and successful people online. They see people gaining attention, followers, praise, and admiration, and they begin feeling small in comparison. But Buddhism teaches that true value is not measured by attention. A peaceful heart is more valuable than temporary popularity. Quiet kindness is more powerful than loud ego. Some of the most valuable people in this world are not famous at all. They are ordinary people quietly helping others, spreading peace, supporting their families, healing emotionally, and trying their best every single day. A mother comforting her child, a friend listening during hard times, a person staying kind despite their pain. These moments carry deep value even if the world never applauds them. The modern world teaches people to constantly chase importance, chase status, chase recognition, chase validation, chase attention. But Buddhism teaches something very different. Real peace comes when you stop trying to prove your worth constantly and finally understand that your soul already carries value naturally. There are people who feel worthless simply because life did not go the way they expected. Maybe they failed at something important. Maybe someone rejected them. Maybe they lost relationships, opportunities, or dreams they deeply cared about. Slowly, disappointment made them question their entire worth as a person. But one painful season cannot decide your value forever. In life, every person experiences loss, failure, confusion, loneliness, and emotional pain at some point. This is part of being human. Buddha taught that suffering is part of life, but suffering does not make you worthless. Pain is something you experience, not something you become. A storm passing through the sky does not destroy the sky itself. In the same way, painful experiences do not destroy your true value unless you begin believing they do. Many people also struggle because they constantly feel unseen. They help others quietly but receive little appreciation in return. They sacrifice for people who barely notice their effort. Over time, they begin asking themselves, "Do I even matter to anyone?" But not every meaningful thing in life receives recognition immediately. Roots grow quietly underground before a tree becomes strong enough to rise. In the same way, your kindness, growth, patience, and emotional strength may not always be visible right away, but that does not mean they are meaningless. In Buddhism, intention matters deeply. A pure heart carries enormous value even when the world does not reward it instantly. The energy you bring into this world matters. The kindness you give matters. The patience you show matters. The love you carry inside yourself matters. You must stop believing that your worth depends on constant achievement. Human beings are not machines created only to perform, impress, and produce results. Your soul deserves peace even during slow seasons. You still deserve love while healing. You still deserve respect while learning. You still deserve kindness even when you are struggling emotionally. Sometimes people become so focused on what they have not achieved that they completely forget how much they have already survived. You survived difficult days that once felt impossible. You survived heartbreak, confusion, fear, loneliness, disappointment, and emotional pain. You carried yourself through moments where your heart felt exhausted. That strength matters more than you realize. There are also people who secretly believe they are too broken to matter anymore. They feel damaged by life, trauma, mistakes, rejection, or suffering. But Buddhism teaches that healing is always possible because the human spirit is always capable of transformation. A wounded soul can still become peaceful again. A lost person can still find meaning again. Never forget this truth. Flowers still grow after storms. The moon still shines after darkness. And human beings can still heal after painful seasons too. Your value is not destroyed because you are struggling. Your value is not destroyed because life became difficult. Your value is not destroyed because someone failed to recognize your worth. Diamonds remain valuable even when buried underground. The world often notices loud people first, but quiet souls carry deep power too. A calm presence can heal people more than loud words ever could. A peaceful heart can inspire others without even trying. Some people bring comfort into rooms simply because their energy feels safe and genuine. That is why Buddhism teaches the importance of inner peace instead of constant external approval. When your heart becomes peaceful, your presence naturally affects others in a positive way. People feel calmer around you. Your words become softer. Your energy becomes warmer. Your spirit begins spreading peace naturally. You do not need to force people to notice your worth. Real value does not need to beg for attention. A flower blooms quietly, yet people are still drawn toward its beauty. In the same way, your inner peace, your kindness, your compassion, and your emotional strength create a natural glow around you that people can feel even without words. Many people spend their entire lives searching outside themselves for proof that they matter. They chase approval, attention, and validation everywhere because deep inside they fear they are not enough. But Buddhism teaches that peace begins when you stop searching outside yourself and finally recognize the value already living within you. You are not worthless because someone ignored you. You are not worthless because life became difficult. You are not worthless because you are still healing. You are not worthless because you made mistakes. Your existence itself already carries meaning. And the moment you finally understand this deeply, something inside you changes forever. You stop begging for validation from the world. You stop doubting your place in life constantly. You stop shrinking yourself emotionally. Instead, you begin walking through life with quiet confidence, knowing that your presence already matters far more than you ever realized. Because in Buddhism, every soul carries light, and your light still deserves to shine. 7. Your inner glow returns the moment you accept yourself. One of the greatest struggles many people face in life is the constant battle against themselves. Every single day they criticize who they are, compare themselves to others, hide their flaws, and secretly believe they are not enough. Even when good things happen in their life, they still feel empty inside, because deep down they have never truly accepted themselves. Some people spend years trying to become someone else just to feel worthy. They change their personality so others will like them more. They hide their real emotions because they are afraid of judgment. They pretend to be strong while secretly feeling exhausted inside. Slowly, they lose connection with their true self because they become too focused on pleasing the world around them. But in Buddhism, true peace begins the moment you stop fighting yourself. Buddha taught that suffering grows when the mind becomes attached to impossible expectations and constant self-judgment. Many people suffer not because they are truly broken, but because they refuse to accept themselves as human beings who are still learning and growing. The modern world constantly teaches people that they are not enough. It tells them they must look better, earn more money, become more successful, gain more attention, or achieve more status before they can finally feel valuable. Because of this, many people spend their entire lives chasing perfection while quietly hating themselves the whole time. But perfection does not create peace. In Buddhism, acceptance creates peace. This does not mean you stop improving yourself or stop growing. Buddhism never teaches people to give up on growth. Instead, it teaches balance. You can improve your life while still loving yourself at the same time. You can heal without hating who you currently are. You can become stronger without constantly insulting yourself during the process. Many people believe confidence comes from becoming perfect, but real confidence comes from self-acceptance. It comes from understanding that you are still worthy of love, peace, and respect, even while you are imperfect. Think about nature for a moment. Trees are not all the same shape. Flowers bloom differently. Mountains rise differently. Rivers flow differently. Yet none of these things hate themselves for being different. Nature exists peacefully without constantly comparing itself. Human beings suffer because they constantly fight against their own nature instead of accepting it. Some people hate themselves because of their appearance. They spend hours criticizing their face, body, skin, or flaws until they can no longer see anything beautiful about themselves. They compare themselves to unrealistic images online and slowly become disconnected from their own worth. But Buddhism teaches that attachment to appearance creates suffering because physical beauty always changes with time. Youth fades, bodies change, external beauty is temporary. Real beauty comes from the mind, the heart, the energy, and the peace a person carries inside themselves. A peaceful soul becomes more attractive than a perfect appearance ever could. There are people who may not look perfect according to the world's standards, yet their energy feels calming, warm, and beautiful because they have accepted themselves deeply. Their confidence feels natural, their smile feels real, their presence feels peaceful. This is the glow that Buddhism speaks about. The glow that comes from inner peace, not outer perfection. Many people also struggle because they cannot accept their past. They continue carrying shame, regret, and guilt everywhere they go. Even when they are trying to move forward, their mind constantly reminds them of old mistakes and painful memories. They believe they must punish themselves forever because of what happened before. But self-acceptance means understanding that your past does not remove your worth. You are allowed to heal. You are allowed to grow. You are allowed to begin again. In Buddhism, every moment is another opportunity to awaken into a wiser version of yourself. No matter how lost you once felt, transformation is always possible. A person who once suffered deeply can still become peaceful again. A person who once hated themselves can still learn self-love again. Many people think accepting themselves will make them weak or lazy. They think self-criticism is necessary for growth. But constant self-hatred does not create healthy growth. It only creates emotional exhaustion. A person who constantly attacks themselves mentally will eventually lose peace, motivation, and hope. Real growth happens when compassion enters the mind. Imagine trying to heal a wounded person by yelling at them every day. It would only create more pain. In the same way, constantly insulting yourself emotionally only creates deeper suffering inside your heart. You deserve patience while growing. You deserve kindness while healing. You deserve compassion while learning. Buddhism teaches that inner peace begins when you stop treating yourself like an enemy and finally begin treating yourself like a human being worthy of understanding. There are people who spend their entire lives trying to earn love from others while never giving love to themselves. They chase relationships, approval, and validation because they believe another person will finally make them feel worthy. But no amount of outside love can fully heal someone who secretly hates themselves inside. The relationship you have with yourself affects every part of your life. If you constantly believe you are worthless, you will tolerate disrespect from others. If you constantly believe you are not enough, you will keep begging for validation. If you constantly criticize yourself, your peace will disappear no matter how successful you become. That is why self-acceptance is so powerful. The moment you begin accepting yourself, your entire energy starts changing. You stop needing constant approval. You stop trying to prove yourself to everyone. You stop shrinking yourself emotionally just to make other people comfortable. Instead, you begin living more honestly and peacefully. You speak with more confidence. You walk with more calmness. You stop fearing judgment constantly. You stop apologizing for existing. You stop hiding your true personality. And slowly, your natural glow begins returning again. Many people think glow means physical beauty alone. But real glow is energy. It is the peace someone carries inside themselves. You can feel it when someone truly accepts who they are. Their presence feels calm instead of desperate. Their smile feels genuine instead of forced. Their spirit feels light instead of emotionally heavy. This is why peaceful people often become naturally attractive without trying too hard. Their energy shines from within. In Buddhism, attachment to ego creates suffering because ego constantly seeks validation, comparison, and superiority. But self-acceptance creates freedom because you no longer feel the need to constantly compete or prove your worth. You become comfortable simply being yourself. Many people spend years chasing attention because they secretly fear being ignored. But once you truly accept yourself, you stop needing the world's constant approval. Your happiness becomes more stable because it no longer depends completely on outside opinions. You begin enjoying simple moments more deeply. Quiet mornings feel peaceful again. Nature feels beautiful again. Your mind becomes calmer because you are no longer fighting yourself all the time. Self-acceptance also changes the way you treat others. People who hate themselves often project pain onto the world around them. They become angry, jealous, insecure, controlling, or emotionally reactive because deep inside they are struggling with their own self-worth. But people who accept themselves become calmer and kinder naturally. They no longer feel threatened by other people's success. They no longer constantly compare themselves. Their peace becomes genuine instead of forced. This is why Buddhism places so much importance on awareness and compassion. The more peaceful your relationship becomes with yourself, the more peaceful your relationship becomes with life itself. Many people are still waiting for some future moment before they finally allow themselves to feel worthy. They think, I will love myself when I become successful, or I will accept myself when I finally become perfect. But that moment never truly comes because the mind will always find another reason to feel incomplete. Peace begins now, not after approval, not after success, now. The moment you decide to stop fighting yourself. The moment you decide to stop calling yourself worthless. The moment you decide to stop carrying endless shame and self-hatred. That is the moment healing truly begins. You must understand something deeply. You were never born hating yourself. Self-hatred was learned through pain, criticism, rejection, comparison, and difficult experiences. But just as the mind learned self-hatred, it can also learn self-compassion and peace again. Your soul was never meant to live in constant war against itself. You deserve inner peace too. You deserve rest from overthinking. You deserve freedom from endless self-doubt. You deserve to feel enough exactly as you are while still continuing to grow. And the beautiful thing is that the moment you begin accepting yourself, your glow slowly returns naturally. Not because you became perfect, but because your spirit finally stopped carrying the heavy burden of self-hatred. You begin feeling lighter emotionally. Your mind becomes quieter. Your confidence becomes natural instead of forced. You stop chasing worth because you finally recognize the worth already inside you. And this changes everything. Because when a person truly accepts themselves, they stop living from fear and finally begin living from peace. In Buddhism, this is one of the greatest forms of freedom. The freedom to simply be yourself without shame. The freedom to exist without constantly proving your value. The freedom to look at yourself with compassion instead of hatred. And once this freedom enters your life, your energy changes forever. Your inner light becomes visible again. Your presence becomes peaceful again. Your heart becomes softer again. And slowly, you realize something powerful that was always true from the very beginning. You were never worthless. You were never broken beyond healing. You were never meant to hate yourself. You were always enough beneath all the pain, fear, and doubt. And the moment you finally believe this deeply, your entire life begins changing from the inside out. 8. Stop looking for your worth in a world that keeps changing. One of the biggest reasons people suffer emotionally is because they keep searching for their worth in places that constantly change. They search for value in money, beauty, attention, relationships, success, popularity, and the opinions of other people. For a short moment, these things may make them feel important. But the moment those things disappear, their confidence disappears too. Slowly, they begin feeling empty again because they built their self-worth on unstable things. Many people spend their entire lives trying to become enough in the eyes of the world. They work endlessly to impress people. They change themselves to fit into groups. They hide their real personality so others will accept them. They chase attention online. They compare their life constantly. They become exhausted, trying to maintain an image that is not even real. And even after all of that effort, many of them still feel unhappy inside. In Buddhism, this is called attachment. Buddha taught that attachment to temporary things creates suffering because nothing outside of you stays the same forever. Beauty changes, money comes and goes, relationships change, people's opinions change, success rises and falls. If your identity depends on temporary things, your peace will always feel unstable. That is why many people secretly feel anxious all the time. They are afraid of losing the things that make them feel valuable. They fear rejection. They fear failure. They fear being forgotten. They fear not being admired anymore. Their happiness becomes controlled by outside conditions instead of inner peace. But Buddhism teaches something powerful. Real worth is not something the world gives you. Real worth already exists within you. A diamond does not become worthless because nobody notices it. In the same way, your soul does not lose value because the world fails to recognize it. The problem is that many people have forgotten how to see their own worth without outside validation. There are people who look successful on the outside, but secretly hate themselves inside. They have attention, followers, money, or admiration, yet they still feel empty because external success cannot heal internal self-hatred. The world may praise them, but if their own mind remains full of doubt and insecurity, peace still feels far away. This is why Buddhism focuses so much on the inner world. Your mind shapes the way you experience life. Two people can live completely different emotional realities, even while standing in the same situation. One person constantly feels unworthy, while another person feels peaceful without needing constant approval. The difference is not always external. The difference is often the relationship they have with themselves. Many people also make the mistake of connecting their worth to productivity. They believe they matter only when they are achieving something. If they are not successful enough, working enough, or progressing fast enough, they begin feeling useless. They become harsh toward themselves whenever they slow down emotionally. But human beings are not machines. You are not alive only to produce results for the world. You deserve peace even during slow seasons. You deserve kindness even while healing. You deserve rest even when life feels uncertain. Buddhism teaches balance. Life is not meant to become endless pressure and emotional exhaustion. The modern world constantly pushes people to compete with each other, prove themselves, and chase more and more achievement. But many people lose themselves completely during this chase. They become physically present, but emotionally disconnected from life itself. Some people are so busy trying to become valuable that they never stop to realize they already are valuable. Think about how many people destroy their mental peace trying to impress strangers online. They post constantly hoping for validation. They compare likes, followers, beauty, attention, and success until their happiness becomes dependent on numbers. One negative comment ruins their entire mood. One moment of rejection destroys their confidence. This is dangerous because it teaches the mind to depend on unstable approval. In Buddhism, peace begins when you stop asking the world to constantly confirm your value. The world is too unstable for that. Some people will love you. Some people will misunderstand you. Some people will support you. Some people will judge you unfairly. If you allow every opinion to control your emotions, your peace will disappear very quickly. That is why inner confidence matters more than public approval. Real confidence is quiet. It does not beg for attention. It does not constantly compare itself. It does not need to prove its worth every moment. It simply exists peacefully. A mountain does not scream to prove its strength. The ocean does not beg people to admire its beauty. Nature remains powerful without seeking validation. In the same way, your soul becomes strongest when you stop chasing constant approval from the outside world. Many people also feel worthless because they experienced rejection in relationships. Someone left them, ignored them, betrayed them, or failed to appreciate their love. Slowly, they began believing they were not enough. But another person's inability to value you does not remove your worth. Sometimes people leave because of their own confusion, emotional immaturity, fear, or personal struggles. Yet many individuals blame themselves for everything and carry emotional pain for years. They begin questioning their appearance, personality, intelligence, or value as a human being simply because one person failed to stay. But Buddhism teaches detachment from external outcomes. Not everything that leaves your life was meant to destroy you. Some experiences arrive to teach wisdom, awareness, and growth. Some people leave because their role in your journey is complete. You must stop measuring your worth through who stays and who leaves. Your value existed before those people entered your life, and it still exists after they leave. There are also people who feel unworthy because life did not go according to their plans. Maybe they failed financially. Maybe their dreams took longer than expected. Maybe they feel behind compared to others their age. Slowly, they begin believing they are failures. But Buddhism teaches patience with life's timing. Not every flower blooms in the same season. Some people learn lessons early. Some people grow slowly through hardship. Some people discover their purpose later in life. That does not make their journey less meaningful. The modern world makes people feel rushed all the time. Everyone feels pressure to become successful quickly, attractive quickly, healed quickly, rich quickly, and important quickly. But inner peace cannot grow under constant pressure and comparison. Healing takes time. Growth takes time. Self-love takes time. A peaceful mind is built slowly through awareness and compassion. Many people expect themselves to heal overnight, and when they do not, they become frustrated with themselves again. But Buddhism teaches patience toward the human experience. You are still learning. You are still evolving emotionally. You are still becoming wiser through life itself. Do not hate yourself for growing slowly. A tree still becomes strong even if it grows quietly. Some people also struggle because they constantly focus on their weaknesses instead of their strengths. They notice every flaw, every mistake, every insecurity, and every failure, but rarely appreciate their own good qualities. They ignore their kindness, loyalty, effort, growth, and emotional strength because their mind has become trained to see only negativity. This is why awareness is important in Buddhism. Your mind becomes whatever you repeatedly feed it. If you feed your mind constant negativity, self-criticism, and hopelessness, suffering becomes stronger. But if you begin practicing gratitude, patience, compassion, and self-awareness, your inner world slowly changes too. This does not mean pretending life is perfect. Buddhism never teaches denial of pain. Instead, it teaches balance. It teaches awareness without becoming consumed by negativity. You can recognize your flaws without hating yourself. You can admit mistakes without destroying your self-worth. You can continue improving without constantly feeling inadequate. This balance creates peace. Many people believe they must earn self-love through achievement. But the truth is that self-love begins long before achievement arrives. If you hate yourself now, external success alone will not magically create peace later. A person who hates themselves will often continue feeling empty even after reaching their goals because the real problem was always inside the mind. That is why Buddhism teaches inner transformation first. When your relationship with yourself becomes peaceful, life itself begins feeling different. You stop chasing people who disrespect you. You stop begging for validation. You stop shrinking yourself emotionally. You stop comparing your journey constantly. You stop carrying endless shame. You stop treating yourself like an enemy. Instead, your energy becomes calmer and more grounded. You begin respecting your own peace more deeply. You become emotionally stronger because your confidence no longer depends completely on outside approval. This is true freedom. Not freedom from problems, but freedom from constant self-rejection. There are people who spend their entire lives searching for happiness outside themselves, while ignoring the peace already waiting inside their own heart. They believe one more achievement, one more relationship, one more compliment, or one more success will finally make them feel enough. But peace does not arrive through endless chasing. Peace arrives through acceptance. The moment you stop fighting yourself, your heart becomes lighter. The moment you stop needing constant approval, your mind becomes calmer. The moment you stop searching everywhere for your worth, you finally begin discovering the value that was already inside you all along. In Buddhism, awakening begins when illusion disappears. And one of the greatest illusions many people carry is the belief that they are worthless unless the world constantly approves of them. But your soul was never meant to live as a prisoner of public opinion. You were never born to spend your whole life proving your worth to everyone around you. You were never meant to hate yourself because of temporary failures, comparisons, rejection, or pain. Your existence itself already carries value. Your kindness matters. Your growth matters. Your healing matters. Your presence matters. Even during difficult seasons, your soul still deserves peace and compassion. Never forget this truth. The world changes constantly, people change constantly, life changes constantly. But the deeper value inside your soul remains untouched beneath all those changing conditions. And the moment you finally stop searching outside yourself for proof that you matter, something beautiful begins happening inside you. You begin feeling whole again, not because life became perfect, not because everyone accepted you, not because all your problems disappeared, but because you finally realized your worth was never missing in the first place. It was simply buried beneath years of fear, comparison, pain, and self-doubt. And once you reconnect with your true value again, your inner light becomes impossible to hide. Your peace becomes real. Your confidence becomes natural. And your glow begins touching every part of your life. 9. The moment you believe in yourself, your entire energy changes. There comes a moment in life when a person becomes completely exhausted from doubting themselves. They become tired of overthinking every decision, questioning their worth, comparing themselves to others, and feeling emotionally small in every situation. Deep inside, they know they are capable of more, but years of fear, rejection, criticism, and disappointment have slowly weakened their confidence. Many people walk through life carrying invisible insecurity inside them. Even when they smile, speak confidently, or appear calm on the outside, deep inside they constantly question themselves. They wonder if they are smart enough, attractive enough, talented enough, or worthy enough. They fear making mistakes because they are terrified of judgment. They stay silent because they doubt their voice matters. They hold themselves back from opportunities because they secretly believe they will fail anyway. Over time, this constant self-doubt becomes emotionally exhausting. In Buddhism, the mind is extremely powerful because it shapes the way you experience reality. Buddha taught that your thoughts influence your emotions, your actions, and your entire life. A person who constantly believes they are weak will slowly begin acting weak. A person who constantly believes they are worthless will unconsciously accept situations that damage their peace. But the moment belief changes inside the mind, behavior and energy begin changing too. That is why self-belief is so important. Not arrogant ego, not superiority over others, but quiet trust in your own worth and potential. Many people confuse confidence with loud behavior, attention-seeking, or pretending to be perfect. But real confidence is much quieter than that. Real confidence is inner calmness. It is the ability to trust yourself without constantly needing approval from everyone around you. A confident person does not need to prove their value every moment because deep inside they already believe they matter. This belief changes everything. Think about how differently a person behaves when they truly believe in themselves. Their voice becomes calmer, their body language becomes stronger, their decisions become clearer. They stop apologizing for existing. They stop shrinking themselves emotionally. They stop constantly begging for validation. The energy around them changes naturally. People can feel when someone secretly hates themselves. Insecurity creates fearful energy. A person becomes overly defensive, emotionally desperate, jealous, controlling, or constantly hungry for attention because deep inside they are searching for proof that they matter. But when someone genuinely begins believing in themselves, their energy becomes peaceful instead of desperate. This is why Buddhism teaches inner transformation first. Your outer life changes after your inner world changes. Many people wait for success before they allow themselves to feel confident. They think, I will believe in myself after I achieve something big. But Buddhism teaches that belief must come before transformation, not after it. A seed cannot become a tree if it constantly doubts its ability to grow. In the same way, your life cannot fully expand while your mind remains trapped in self-doubt. There are people with incredible talent, intelligence, kindness, creativity, and potential who never fully rise in life simply because they do not believe in themselves deeply enough. Fear controls their decisions. They avoid opportunities. They quit too early. They stay silent about their dreams because they are afraid of failure or rejection. Meanwhile, there are people with far less talent who still succeed because they trust themselves enough to keep moving forward despite fear. This shows how powerful belief truly is. In Buddhism, the mind becomes whatever it repeatedly practices. If you practice doubt every single day, your confidence becomes weaker. If you constantly repeat negative thoughts like "I am not enough," "I cannot do this," or "I will fail," your mind slowly accepts those thoughts as truth. But if you begin practicing self-belief little by little, your inner world starts changing too. This does not happen overnight. Healing self-doubt takes time. Years of insecurity cannot disappear instantly. But slowly, through awareness and compassion, the mind begins rebuilding itself again. You start noticing your strengths more clearly. You stop insulting yourself constantly. You stop assuming failure before even trying. You begin trusting your decisions more. You become less controlled by fear. This is how confidence grows naturally. Many people also struggle because they compare their behind-the-scenes life to other people's public success. They look at confident people and assume those individuals never experienced fear or insecurity. But almost every strong person once struggled with self-doubt too. The difference is that they eventually stopped allowing fear to control their entire life. In Buddhism, courage does not mean the absence of fear. Courage means moving forward despite fear. A peaceful warrior is not someone who never feels doubt. It is someone who refuses to let doubt destroy their spirit completely. Think about how many beautiful opportunities people miss because they never believed they deserved them. Some people never express their feelings because they fear rejection. Some people never follow their dreams because they fear failure. Some people never fully become themselves because they fear judgment. Their entire life becomes controlled by insecurity. But the moment self-belief enters the heart, life begins opening in a different way. You speak more honestly. You stop hiding your personality. You stop fearing everyone's opinions constantly. You take healthier risks. You become emotionally stronger. And even when failure happens, it no longer destroys your identity completely because your confidence is no longer built only on outcomes. This is important because life will always contain uncertainty. No human being succeeds at everything. No human being avoids pain completely. No human being becomes perfect. But a person who believes in themselves can survive difficult seasons without completely collapsing emotionally. That inner belief becomes strength during hard times. Many people think self-belief means constantly thinking you are special or better than others. But Buddhism teaches balance and humility. Real confidence is not arrogance. Arrogance comes from ego and insecurity. True confidence comes from peace. An arrogant person constantly needs attention and superiority. A confident person simply feels comfortable being themselves. There is a huge difference. Buddha taught that attachment to ego creates suffering because ego constantly seeks comparison and validation. But healthy self-belief creates freedom because it allows you to live honestly without endless fear of judgment. This freedom changes your entire energy. You stop needing to impress everyone. You stop chasing approval from people who do not value you. You stop shrinking yourself emotionally to avoid criticism. You stop treating your dreams like they are impossible. Instead, your mind becomes calmer and more focused. There are also people who lost belief in themselves because life hurt them deeply. Maybe they experienced rejection, betrayal, failure, criticism, or emotional pain so many times that they slowly stopped trusting themselves completely. Every painful experience became another reason to doubt their worth. But Buddhism teaches that pain can become wisdom instead of destruction. A broken heart can still heal. A discouraged mind can still grow strong again. A person who once felt lost can still rediscover their confidence. You are not permanently damaged because life became difficult. Storms may bend trees, but strong roots still survive beneath the ground. In the same way, your true value still exists beneath your fear and insecurity. Sometimes people lose confidence simply because they forgot how powerful they already are. They became so focused on their weaknesses that they stopped noticing their resilience, kindness, intelligence, growth, and emotional strength. Think about everything you have already survived. You survived painful moments that once felt impossible. You survived heartbreak. You survived loneliness. You survived disappointment. You survived days where your mind felt exhausted. That strength matters. The fact that you are still here, still learning, still healing, and still trying means there is already strength inside you. Many people are far stronger than they realize. They simply stopped believing in themselves because life became heavy for too long. That is why Buddhism teaches awareness. The mind easily forgets its own light when surrounded by fear and negativity constantly. You must begin reminding yourself of your worth again, not through arrogance, not through ego, but through compassion and truth. You are allowed to believe in yourself. You are allowed to trust your growth. You are allowed to stop hating yourself. You are allowed to recognize your own value without guilt. The moment you stop constantly doubting yourself, your spirit becomes lighter. Life no longer feels like a constant battle against your own mind. Your energy changes because fear no longer controls every thought and decision. People begin feeling your calmness. Your presence becomes stronger. Your eyes carry more peace. Your words carry more confidence. Even your silence feels different because it no longer comes from insecurity. It comes from inner stability. This is why self-belief changes everything. Not because it magically removes all problems from life, but because it changes the way you walk through those problems. A person who believes in themselves does not collapse after every mistake. They learn, they grow, they continue moving forward. And slowly, their entire life transforms, because their mind is no longer working against them constantly. Many people spend years waiting for someone else to finally believe in them before they allow themselves to feel worthy. They want approval from family, relationships, society, or strangers online before they finally trust their own potential. But one of the most powerful moments in life happens when you stop waiting for outside permission and finally begin supporting yourself emotionally. That changes your entire future, because once you believe in yourself deeply enough, you stop abandoning your own soul. You stop speaking to yourself with hatred. You stop limiting yourself through fear. You stop seeing yourself as weak or broken. And instead, you begin reconnecting with the quiet power that was always inside you from the beginning. In Buddhism, awakening begins when illusion disappears. And one of the greatest illusions many people carry is the belief that they are incapable, worthless, or not enough. But the truth is that beneath all the fear, pain, and self-doubt, your soul still carries incredible strength. You were never born to live in constant fear of your own potential. You were never born to spend your whole life doubting your worth. You were never meant to see yourself as small. Your mind simply became wounded by pain, criticism, comparison, and difficult experiences. But healing is possible. Confidence is possible. Inner peace is possible. And the moment you finally begin believing in yourself again, your energy changes in a way the world can feel immediately. Because self-belief creates light. It creates peace. It creates strength. It creates freedom. And once that light fully awakens inside you, your life will never feel the same again. 10. One day you will finally realize you were always enough. Many people spend most of their lives searching for something they already carry inside themselves. They search for worth, peace, confidence, love, and acceptance everywhere outside their own heart. They believe happiness exists somewhere far away in the future. They think one day, after becoming successful enough, attractive enough, rich enough, loved enough, or perfect enough, they will finally feel complete. But years pass and many of them still feel empty inside. Why? Because the real problem was never the lack of success, attention, beauty, or achievement. The real problem was the belief that they were not enough as they already were. This belief silently destroys millions of people. Some people become addicted to achievement because they are secretly trying to prove their worth. Some become addicted to relationships because they fear being alone with themselves. Some become obsessed with appearance because they think beauty will finally make them feel valuable. Others chase attention constantly because they are starving for validation deep inside. But no matter how much they gain externally, inner peace still feels far away because they never solved the real issue inside their own mind. In Buddhism, suffering often begins when people reject the present version of themselves. They become attached to the idea that happiness can only arrive after they become someone different. Because of this, they spend years emotionally fighting themselves instead of understanding themselves. But one of the deepest truths in Buddhism is this: peace begins the moment you stop rejecting your own existence. Many people do not realize how exhausting self-rejection truly is. Imagine waking up every day feeling like you are not enough. Imagine constantly criticizing yourself, comparing yourself, doubting yourself, hiding yourself, and emotionally punishing yourself. Over time, this becomes a heavy burden on the soul. Even when good things happen, the mind still whispers, "You are not enough." Even when someone loves them, they still feel insecure. Even when they succeed, they still fear failure. Even when they smile, they still feel emotionally tired inside. This is what happens when a person never truly accepts themselves. But one day, life slowly begins teaching a different lesson. A person becomes tired of chasing validation, tired of comparing themselves to everyone, tired of carrying shame, tired of pretending to be someone else, tired of fighting their own mind every day. And in that moment, something powerful begins changing inside them. They slowly begin realizing that they were never meant to spend their entire life proving their worth to the world. Buddha taught that attachment creates suffering. And one of the deepest attachments people carry is attachment to the idea that they must become more before they deserve peace. More successful, more attractive, more admired, more perfect. But peace never arrives through endless chasing because the human mind will always create another condition before allowing itself to rest. That is why some people achieve everything they once dreamed about and still feel unhappy inside. The problem was never the outside world. The problem was the relationship they had with themselves. In Buddhism, true peace comes from awareness and acceptance. This means understanding that your value is not something you must constantly earn. Your value already exists because you are alive, conscious, growing, and capable of love, kindness, and wisdom. A flower does not need permission to bloom beautifully. The moon does not apologize for shining softly instead of brightly like the sun. Nature exists peacefully without questioning its worth every moment. But human beings suffer because they constantly measure themselves against impossible expectations. Many people secretly believe they are behind in life. They compare their journey to others and feel ashamed that they have not achieved enough yet. They think they should already be more successful, more healed, more confident, or more accomplished by now. But life does not unfold at the same speed for everyone. Some people grow through heartbreak. Some people grow through loneliness. Some people grow slowly through years of quiet struggle. Some people discover themselves much later than expected. That does not make their journey less meaningful. Buddhism teaches patience with life. A tree does not become strong overnight. It grows slowly through storms, seasons, sunlight, and time. In the same way, human beings also grow slowly through experience, suffering, healing, and awareness. You are not failing because your journey looks different. You are still becoming who you are meant to become. Many people also spend years hating themselves for being imperfect. They think flaws make them unworthy. Every mistake becomes proof that they are broken. Every weakness becomes another reason to feel ashamed. But Buddhism never teaches perfection. It teaches compassion. It teaches awareness. It teaches growth. Human beings are not meant to become flawless machines without emotion or struggle. Being human means making mistakes, feeling pain, experiencing confusion, and learning through life itself. Your flaws do not cancel your worth. Your difficult seasons do not cancel your worth. Your past mistakes do not cancel your worth. Your fears do not cancel your worth. You are still worthy of peace while healing. Many people carry emotional wounds from childhood, relationships, rejection, criticism, or failure. Over time, these experiences taught them to doubt themselves constantly. Maybe they were made to feel invisible. Maybe they were compared to others too much. Maybe they only received love when they achieved something. Slowly, they began believing they were never truly enough. But just because pain taught you something does not mean it taught you the truth. Pain can lie, fear can lie, insecurity can lie. The human mind often repeats negative beliefs so many times that they start feeling real. But Buddhism teaches awareness, so people can observe these thoughts instead of automatically believing them. You are not every negative thought your mind creates. You are not defined by your worst moments. You are not permanently trapped by painful experiences. Healing becomes possible the moment you stop identifying completely with suffering. There are also people who spend years chasing people who never truly valued them. They beg for love, attention, or approval from individuals who continuously hurt them emotionally, because deep inside, they believe they must earn love by sacrificing themselves completely. But real love does not require self-destruction. A healthy soul does not force you to hate yourself in order to feel accepted. In Buddhism, attachment to unhealthy relationships creates suffering because people lose connection with themselves while desperately trying to hold on to others. But one day, many people finally realize something painful but freeing. The more they abandoned themselves for others, the emptier they became inside. That realization changes everything, because eventually, a person begins understanding that self-respect matters more than temporary approval. Inner peace matters more than toxic attachment. Authenticity matters more than pretending constantly. And slowly, they begin returning back to themselves again. This is one of the most beautiful transformations a human being can experience. The return to self. The return to inner peace. The return to self-worth. Many people do not realize how beautiful they become once they stop hating themselves. Their energy softens. Their eyes become calmer. Their smile becomes more genuine. Their presence becomes peaceful because they are no longer carrying constant emotional war inside themselves. This is the glow Buddhism speaks about, not just physical beauty, but spiritual lightness, inner calmness, emotional peace. The glow of a person who finally stopped fighting themselves. People can feel this energy naturally. A peaceful soul feels safe to be around. A confident person without arrogance feels calming. Someone who genuinely accepts themselves radiates warmth without even trying. This is because peace changes energy completely. Many people believe confidence comes from becoming better than others. But Buddhism teaches something deeper. True confidence comes from no longer needing to compete constantly. It comes from understanding that your value does not decrease simply because someone else shines too. The sun and moon both exist beautifully without trying to replace each other. In the same way, your purpose is not to become someone else. Your purpose is to fully become yourself. There is great freedom in this realization. Freedom from comparison. Freedom from endless self-judgment. Freedom from needing constant approval. Freedom from pretending. Freedom from emotional exhaustion. When this freedom enters your life, your entire relationship with the world changes. You stop trying so hard to impress everyone. You stop chasing validation from strangers. You stop shrinking yourself to avoid judgment. You stop apologizing for your existence. Instead, you begin living more honestly. You speak more openly. You protect your peace more carefully. You trust your own journey more deeply. And most importantly, you stop abandoning yourself emotionally. In Buddhism, mindfulness teaches people to fully experience the present moment instead of constantly chasing future happiness. Many people spend their whole lives waiting to finally feel enough someday in the future. But peace can only exist in the present, not in imaginary perfection, not in endless comparison, not in future fantasies. Now, this moment, the moment you stop telling yourself that you are unworthy, the moment you stop emotionally punishing yourself, the moment you stop rejecting your own humanity, that is the moment your healing truly begins. There are people listening to these words right now who secretly feel broken inside. They feel emotionally tired. They feel behind in life. They feel ashamed of their mistakes. They feel invisible. They feel unlovable. But Buddhism teaches that suffering is not proof that you are worthless. Suffering is part of the human experience. Even the strongest people experience pain. Even wise people experience sadness. Even peaceful people experience difficult seasons. You are not weak because life became hard. You are human. And despite everything you have been through, you are still here. Still breathing. Still learning. Still searching for peace. That alone shows strength. Many people wait their entire life, hoping someone else will finally tell them they are enough. They search for one relationship, one compliment, one achievement, or one moment that will finally remove all their insecurity. But true healing begins when you become the person who finally gives yourself the compassion you were always searching for from others. Because no external approval can fully heal someone who continues hating themselves internally. At some point, you must decide to stop becoming your own enemy. You must decide to stop repeating cruel thoughts about yourself. You must decide to stop carrying endless shame. You must decide to stop measuring your worth through comparison and validation. This decision changes everything. Because the moment you finally believe you are enough, life begins feeling different. Not perfect, but lighter, calmer, more peaceful. Your mind stops fighting itself constantly. Your heart stops carrying so much emotional pressure. And slowly, happiness no longer feels so far away. In Buddhism, awakening means seeing reality clearly. And one of the greatest truths many people eventually awaken to is this: they were always enough beneath all the fear, pain, comparison, rejection, and self-doubt. The world simply convinced them otherwise for too long. But your soul never lost its value. Not during your hardest days, not during your failures, not during heartbreak, not during loneliness, not during moments where you doubted yourself completely. Your worth remained there quietly beneath all the suffering, waiting for you to finally recognize it again. And one day, after years of emotional struggle, healing, growth, and self-discovery, you will finally look at yourself with softer eyes. You will stop seeing only flaws. You will stop speaking to yourself with cruelty. You will stop carrying the belief that you must constantly earn your right to exist peacefully. And in that beautiful moment of awareness, your heart will finally understand something that was true from the very beginning. You were never lacking worth. You were only lacking belief in your own value. And once that belief returns, your entire life begins transforming from the inside out. 11. The peace you are searching for begins inside you. Many people spend their entire lives searching for peace in the outside world without realizing that true peace begins inside the mind. They believe peace will arrive after they become successful, after they fix every problem, after they find the perfect relationship, after they earn enough money, or after life finally becomes easy. Because of this, they keep chasing happiness endlessly, while their mind remains restless and emotionally tired. The problem is that life never stays perfect for long. Even after solving one problem, another challenge eventually appears. Even after achieving one goal, the mind quickly creates another desire. This endless cycle keeps many people emotionally exhausted because they are always waiting for some future moment before allowing themselves to finally feel peaceful. But Buddhism teaches something very different. Peace is not something you chase outside yourself. Peace is something you create within yourself. This is one of the most powerful truths Buddha taught. The human mind creates suffering when it constantly depends on outside conditions to feel complete. If your happiness only exists when everything goes perfectly, your peace will always remain fragile because life constantly changes. Many people unknowingly train their mind to live in constant dissatisfaction. They focus only on what is missing instead of appreciating what already exists. They compare their life to others and feel behind. They replay painful memories repeatedly. They overthink the future constantly. Slowly, the mind becomes filled with anxiety, pressure, and emotional noise. Even during beautiful moments, they struggle to feel present because their thoughts never truly rest. In Buddhism, this restless state of mind is one of the greatest causes of suffering. A person can have comfort, opportunities, relationships, and success, but still feel unhappy if their inner world remains full of fear, attachment, and negativity. That is why inner peace matters more than external perfection. Many people believe peace comes from controlling everything around them. They try to control people, outcomes, relationships, opinions, and situations because they think control will protect them from pain. But the more they try controlling life, the more exhausted they become. Life keeps changing no matter how hard they resist it. People leave, situations change, plans fail, unexpected problems appear. Nothing remains permanent forever. Buddha taught that suffering increases when we fight against the natural flow of life. This does not mean giving up completely. It means learning acceptance instead of endless resistance. It means understanding that uncertainty is part of being human. Many people suffer twice. First, they experience pain. Then they mentally fight against the pain for months or years afterward. A breakup hurts, but then the mind keeps replaying it repeatedly. Failure happens once, but the mind keeps reliving the embarrassment endlessly. Someone criticizes them, and they carry those words inside their heart for years. This is why Buddhism focuses so much on awareness. Awareness allows people to observe thoughts and emotions without becoming trapped inside them completely. Your thoughts are not always truth. Your fears are not always reality. Your painful emotions are temporary experiences, not permanent identities. But many people become emotionally attached to suffering until they forget what peace even feels like. There are people who wake up already feeling mentally exhausted because their mind never truly rests. Even while sitting quietly, they are constantly overthinking. Their thoughts jump from regret to fear, to comparison, to worry, to insecurity without stopping. This constant mental noise slowly drains joy from life. A peaceful mind is not empty because life became perfect. A peaceful mind is calm because it learned how to stop fighting itself constantly. This is why meditation became so important in Buddhism. Meditation teaches awareness of the present moment. It teaches people to observe their thoughts instead of blindly following every fear and emotion that appears in the mind. Most people live completely controlled by their thoughts. If the mind says, "You are not enough," they believe it immediately. If the mind says, "Everyone is judging you," they panic. If the mind says your future will fail, they become afraid. But Buddhism teaches that the mind can create illusions just as easily as it creates wisdom. Not every thought deserves your trust. Some thoughts are created by fear. Some thoughts are created by old emotional wounds. Some thoughts are created by insecurity and pain. That is why awareness matters. The moment you begin observing your mind calmly, you slowly stop becoming controlled by every negative thought. You begin realizing that thoughts come and go like clouds in the sky. Some are dark, Some are peaceful, but none remain forever. This understanding creates emotional freedom. Many people also destroy their peace because they constantly compare themselves to others. Comparison creates endless dissatisfaction because the mind always focuses on what it lacks instead of what it already has. Someone else always appears richer, more attractive, more successful, or more admired. But Buddhism teaches that comparison disconnects people from their own journey. Instead of appreciating their own growth, they become obsessed with another person's life. This creates suffering because every person walks a different path. Some people learn wisdom through loneliness. Some learn patience through struggle. Some discover strength after heartbreak. Every journey carries different lessons. A flower blooming later than another flower does not become worthless. In the same way, your timing does not determine your value. Peace begins when you stop racing against everyone else. Many people are also emotionally exhausted because they are trying too hard to be accepted by everyone. They constantly worry about what others think of them. They hide parts of their personality. They pretend to be stronger, happier, or more confident than they really feel. Over time, this becomes deeply tiring because living behind a mask disconnects people from themselves. In Buddhism, authenticity creates peace because truth requires less emotional effort than pretending constantly. You do not need everyone to understand you. You do not need everyone to approve of you. You do not need to become perfect before deserving peace. Real freedom begins when you stop shaping your entire identity around public approval. The truth is that some people will misunderstand you, no matter how kind you are. Some people will judge you unfairly. Some relationships will not last forever. Trying to control everyone's opinion is impossible. But inner peace becomes possible when you stop allowing those opinions to define your worth. There are also people who lose peace because they are trapped in attachment to the past. They replay old memories repeatedly and emotionally live inside moments that already ended long ago. Maybe they miss someone who left. Maybe they regret old mistakes. Maybe they cannot forgive themselves for painful experiences. But Buddhism teaches that attachment to the past creates suffering because life only exists fully in the present moment. You cannot heal while emotionally living in yesterday forever. The past can teach wisdom, but it should not become a prison. Many people also suffer because they fear the future constantly. They overthink situations that have not even happened yet. Their mind creates endless worst-case scenarios until anxiety completely steals their ability to enjoy the present. But most fears never happen exactly the way the mind imagines them. And even when difficult moments do happen, human beings are often far stronger than they expected. Buddha taught that peace becomes possible when you stop trying to mentally control every future outcome. Life contains uncertainty for everyone. Accepting uncertainty does not create weakness. It creates emotional flexibility and strength. A tree survives storms not because it controls the wind, but because it learns how to bend without breaking. In the same way, inner peace grows when you become emotionally flexible instead of constantly resisting life. Many people also misunderstand peace completely. They think peace means never feeling sadness, anger, fear, or pain again. But Buddhism never teaches emotional numbness. Human emotions are natural. Peace does not mean becoming emotionless. Peace means no longer becoming completely controlled by emotions. A peaceful person still experiences sadness, but sadness does not destroy their entire identity. A peaceful person still experiences fear, but fear does not completely control their life. A peaceful person still experiences difficult moments, but they no longer mentally torture themselves endlessly afterward. This emotional balance creates freedom. There are people who constantly chase stimulation because they are uncomfortable sitting alone with their own mind. They keep themselves distracted every moment through social media, entertainment, noise, or endless activity because silence forces them to face emotions they have been avoiding. But Buddhism teaches that silence is important because healing often begins in quiet moments. When the mind finally slows down, awareness becomes possible. A person begins understanding themselves more deeply instead of constantly escaping through distraction. Many answers people search for externally are already waiting quietly inside themselves. But they cannot hear those answers because their mind is constantly overwhelmed with noise. This is why peaceful moments matter. Walking in nature, sitting quietly, meditating, breathing slowly, reflecting honestly. These moments reconnect people with themselves again. Modern life constantly pushes people towards stress, speed, competition, and pressure. Everyone feels rushed emotionally. Everyone feels pressured to achieve more and more constantly. But a soul living under endless pressure eventually becomes exhausted. Peace requires slowing down sometimes. It requires allowing yourself to breathe mentally. It requires learning that your worth does not disappear simply because you rest. Many people are addicted to emotional chaos because chaos became familiar. They grew so used to stress, overthinking, and anxiety that calmness feels strange to them. But Buddhism teaches that peace is your natural state beneath all the mental noise and emotional suffering. Your mind simply became overwhelmed by fear, attachment, and constant pressure. But healing is possible. Inner peace is possible. And it begins much closer than most people realize. It begins inside you. Not in another relationship, not in endless validation, not in becoming perfect, not in controlling every situation. Inside you. The moment you stop running from yourself, the moment you stop fighting reality constantly, the moment you stop carrying endless self-hatred, the moment you stop feeding your mind non-stop negativity, that is when peace slowly begins returning again. At first it may feel small, a quiet breath, a calmer thought, a peaceful morning, a lighter feeling inside your chest. But slowly these moments grow stronger. Your mind becomes less reactive. Your heart becomes softer. You stop overthinking every situation. You stop fearing everyone's opinions. You stop carrying so much emotional heaviness everywhere. And for the first time in a long time, life begins feeling lighter again. This is the power of inner peace. Not because it removes every problem from life, but because it changes the way you experience life itself. A peaceful person still faces challenges, but they no longer become completely destroyed by every storm. They trust themselves more deeply. They breathe through difficulty more calmly. They stop abandoning themselves emotionally, and slowly they begin realizing something beautiful. The peace they spent their entire life searching for outside themselves was quietly waiting inside them all along. Beneath the fear, beneath the overthinking, beneath the self-doubt, beneath the emotional pain, their peaceful self never truly disappeared. It was simply buried beneath years of mental noise and suffering. And the moment they reconnect with that inner peace again, their entire energy changes. Their presence becomes calmer. Their thoughts become softer. Their life becomes lighter. And for the first time, they stop feeling at war with themselves. Because in Buddhism, true peace is not found by escaping life. It is found by finally learning how to live within yourself peacefully. 12. The day you stop hating yourself, your life begins changing. There comes a moment in life when a person becomes completely tired of carrying pain inside themselves. Tired of overthinking every mistake. Tired of comparing themselves to others. Tired of doubting their worth. Tired of speaking to themselves with cruelty every single day. For many people, this emotional battle continues for years, without anyone around them even noticing. They smile in public while secretly fighting themselves in private. They encourage others while silently destroying themselves with negative thoughts. They appear calm on the outside while carrying deep insecurity inside their heart. And slowly, life begins feeling emotionally heavy, because the mind never truly rests. Many people do not realize how damaging self-hatred becomes over time. It affects the way you speak, the way you think, the way you walk through life, and even the way you allow others to treat you. A person who secretly believes they are not enough often accepts situations that hurt them emotionally, because deep inside they no longer believe they deserve peace. This is one of the saddest forms of suffering, a person becoming their own enemy. In Buddhism, suffering grows when the mind becomes trapped in attachment, fear, and illusion. One of the greatest illusions people carry is the belief that they are somehow less worthy than others. Because of painful experiences, rejection, failure, criticism, or comparison, they slowly stop seeing their own value clearly. But Buddha taught that every human being carries the potential for awakening, peace, wisdom, and compassion within themselves. Your pain may have covered your light, but it never destroyed it. The problem is that many people spend so much time focusing on their flaws that they completely forget their strengths. They remember every failure but ignore their growth. They remember rejection but forget their kindness. They remember criticism but forget how much they have survived. The human mind easily becomes addicted to negativity. If you constantly repeat thoughts like "I am worthless," "I am weak," or "I am not enough," your mind slowly begins accepting those thoughts as truth. Over time, self-hatred becomes automatic. A person starts criticizing themselves without even realizing it anymore. But in Buddhism, thoughts are not permanent truth. Thoughts are temporary experiences passing through the mind. Some thoughts come from fear, some come from insecurity, some come from emotional wounds that never fully healed. That is why awareness is so important. The moment you begin observing your thoughts carefully, you realize not every thought deserves your trust. Many people are suffering today because they believed every cruel thought their mind created. They believed they were unlovable. They believed they were failures. They believed they were permanently broken. But pain often creates false stories inside the mind. And healing begins when you stop believing every negative story about yourself. Many people also hate themselves because they compare their life constantly to others. They look at successful people online and immediately feel behind. They compare appearance, relationships, money, confidence, and achievements until they feel emotionally small. But comparison creates endless suffering because the mind only focuses on what it lacks. Instead of appreciating their own journey, people become obsessed with another person's path. In Buddhism, every human being walks a unique journey. Some people learn wisdom through loneliness. Some grow stronger through hardship. Some discover peace after years of suffering. Not every life unfolds at the same speed. A flower blooming later than another flower is still beautiful. In the same way, your timing does not make you less valuable. Many people also carry deep shame about their past mistakes. They replay old memories repeatedly and mentally punish themselves every single day. They think one failure destroyed their worth forever. But Buddhism teaches that mistakes are part of human growth. No person becomes wise without struggle. No person learns without pain. No person becomes strong without difficult seasons. A person who falls can still rise again. A wounded heart can still heal again. A confused soul can still find peace again. Your past mistakes may have shaped your story, but they do not define your entire identity. You are more than your worst moment. You are more than your failures. You are more than your fears. Many people spend years searching outside themselves for proof that they matter. They chase attention, validation, relationships, success, and approval because they think external things will finally remove their insecurity. But external validation never fully heals inner self-hatred. A person who secretly hates themselves can receive compliments every day and still feel empty inside. They can achieve success and still feel insecure. They can be loved deeply and still fear abandonment constantly. Why? Because the real wound exists inside the relationship they have with themselves. This is why Buddhism teaches inner healing first. The outside world cannot create lasting peace for someone whose own mind remains full of self-rejection. Real healing begins when you stop emotionally abandoning yourself, when you stop insulting yourself after every mistake, when you stop treating yourself like someone undeserving of compassion, when you stop believing your worth depends on perfection. Many people are kinder to strangers than they are to themselves. They comfort others during pain, but destroy themselves mentally during their own difficult moments. They forgive everyone except themselves. But Buddhism teaches compassion toward all beings, including yourself. You deserve patience too. You deserve understanding too. You deserve peace too. There are people listening to these words who secretly feel emotionally exhausted. They are tired of overthinking constantly, tired of carrying insecurity, tired of feeling like they must prove themselves all the time, tired of pretending to be okay while silently struggling inside. But the beautiful thing about healing is that it often begins very quietly, not through dramatic moments, but through small decisions repeated daily. The decision to stop speaking to yourself with cruelty, the decision to stop comparing yourself constantly, the decision to stop carrying endless shame, the decision to rest emotionally instead of fighting yourself non-stop. These small moments slowly change the mind over time. A peaceful life is not created in one day. It is created through awareness practiced repeatedly. Many people believe self-love means arrogance or ego, but Buddhism teaches balance. Real self-love is not believing you are better than others. Real self-love means finally recognizing that you deserve the same compassion you freely give to everyone else. You deserve to exist without constant self-hatred. You deserve to grow without endless shame. You deserve to make mistakes without destroying your identity. You deserve to feel peace without first becoming perfect. This understanding changes everything, because the moment you stop hating yourself, your energy begins changing naturally. Your mind becomes quieter. Your heart becomes softer. You stop feeling threatened by everyone. You stop needing constant validation. You stop shrinking yourself emotionally, and slowly, life starts feeling lighter again. Many people do not realize how beautiful they become once they stop carrying constant emotional war inside themselves. Their confidence becomes natural instead of forced. Their smile becomes genuine instead of exhausted. Their presence becomes calming because they are no longer fighting themselves every moment. This is the glow Buddhism speaks about. Not fake perfection, not ego, not superiority, inner peace. A person who accepts themselves fully carries a different energy into the world. They stop desperately trying to impress everyone. They stop competing constantly. They stop living from fear. Instead, they begin living from peace. People can feel this energy naturally. A peaceful soul feels safe. A healed heart feels warm. A calm mind creates calmness around it. This is why healing yourself matters so deeply. Your inner world affects every part of your life. The way you see yourself shapes the way you experience relationships, opportunities, challenges, and even simple moments. A person filled with self-hatred sees life through fear. A person learning self-compassion begins seeing life through peace. Many people are still waiting for some future achievement before they finally allow themselves to feel worthy. They think they must become more successful, more attractive, more admired, or more perfect before they deserve peace. But Buddhism teaches that peace is available now, not after perfection, not after approval, not after becoming someone else. Now, this moment, the moment you decide to stop rejecting yourself emotionally. There are people who spent years believing they were broken, only to later realize they were simply deeply wounded by life. Pain convinced them they were worthless. Rejection convinced them they were unlovable. Failure convinced them they were weak. But pain is not identity. Suffering is not identity. Fear is not identity. Beneath all those wounds, your true self still exists. The peaceful self, the kind self, the worthy self. the self that existed before fear and self-hatred took control. And the beautiful thing is that this version of you never truly disappeared. It simply became buried beneath years of emotional pain and negative thinking, but healing slowly uncovers it again. Every time you choose compassion instead of cruelty, every time you forgive yourself for being human, every time you stop comparing yourself to others, every time you protect your peace, every time you believe in your worth a little more, you reconnect with yourself again. And slowly, your life begins changing from the inside out, not because the world suddenly became perfect, but because your relationship with yourself became healthier. This changes the way you walk through life. You stop tolerating toxic treatment. You stop begging for approval. You stop fearing every opinion. You stop overthinking every flaw. You stop abandoning yourself emotionally. And for the first time in a long time, you begin feeling free inside your own mind. This freedom is powerful because many people spend their whole life imprisoned by self-hatred without even realizing it. But Buddhism teaches that freedom becomes possible through awareness and compassion. You are not trapped forever. Healing is possible, peace is possible, self-acceptance is possible. And the moment you truly begin seeing your own value again, your entire energy changes. You become calmer, stronger, lighter, more genuine, more peaceful. Life stops feeling like a battle against yourself. And slowly, you realize something beautiful that was true from the very beginning. You were never meant to hate yourself. You were never born worthless. You were never as broken as your pain convinced you to believe. Your soul always carried value beneath all the fear, doubt, rejection, and suffering. You simply forgot your own light for a while. But the day you stop hating yourself is the day that light finally begins shining again. And once your inner light returns, your entire life begins transforming in ways you never thought possible. 13. Your soul becomes beautiful the moment you stop fighting yourself. Many people spend most of their life fighting an invisible battle inside their own mind. Even while smiling around others, they quietly carry self-doubt, insecurity, fear, guilt, and emotional pain within themselves. They wake up every morning already feeling tired because their mind never truly rests. Every mistake becomes another reason to hate themselves. Every rejection becomes proof that they are not enough. Slowly, their inner world becomes filled with pressure, negativity, and emotional exhaustion. Some people become so used to criticizing themselves that they no longer realize how cruel they have become toward their own soul. They constantly focus on flaws instead of strengths. They notice everything wrong about themselves while ignoring all the beauty, kindness, growth, and strength they already carry inside. This is one of the deepest forms of suffering. A person forgetting how to see themselves with compassion. In Buddhism, suffering grows when the mind becomes trapped in attachment, fear, and illusion. One of the greatest illusions many people carry is the belief that they must become perfect before they deserve peace. Because of this belief, they constantly fight themselves emotionally. They try to hide every flaw, avoid every mistake, and control every opinion people have about them. But perfection is impossible, and the harder a person chases perfection, the more emotionally exhausted they become. Buddha taught that peace begins with acceptance, not giving up on growth, but accepting your humanity while growing, accepting that you are a person still learning, still healing, still evolving through life itself. Many people think they will finally love themselves after becoming successful enough, attractive enough, confident enough, or admired enough. But even after achieving those things, many still feel empty because self-hatred was never truly about external problems. It was about the relationship they built with themselves. There are people who receive compliments every day, but still feel ugly inside. People who achieve success but still feel worthless. People who are deeply loved but still fear abandonment constantly. This happens because external validation cannot fully heal an inner wound created by years of self-rejection. In Buddhism, the inner world matters deeply because your mind shapes your experience of life. If your mind constantly attacks you, even beautiful moments feel heavy. But when your relationship with yourself becomes peaceful, life itself begins feeling lighter. Think about how exhausting it is to constantly fight yourself emotionally, to wake up every day feeling not good enough, to compare yourself endlessly, to fear judgment constantly, to replay old mistakes again and again, to feel ashamed of your flaws, to believe your worth depends on perfection. This emotional war slowly drains peace from the soul. Many people become emotionally numb because they have spent too many years carrying inner pain. They continue functioning outside, but inside they feel disconnected from themselves. They no longer know how to rest mentally because their mind keeps searching for flaws and problems non-stop. But Buddhism teaches that your natural state beneath all this suffering is peace, not fear, not shame, not endless self-hatred. Peace. Your soul did not enter this world hating itself. Self-hatred was learned slowly through painful experiences, criticism, comparison, rejection, and fear. Maybe people made you feel invisible. Maybe you were constantly judged. Maybe you were compared to others too much. Maybe your mistakes were never forgiven properly. Over time, these experiences created deep emotional wounds, and eventually, your mind started repeating painful beliefs automatically. I am not enough. I will never become good enough. I always fail. Nobody truly values me. These thoughts slowly became part of your identity. But Buddhism teaches that thoughts are not permanent truth. Thoughts are temporary mental experiences. And many painful thoughts are created by fear, insecurity, and emotional wounds rather than reality itself. This understanding is powerful because it means healing is possible. If the mind learned self-hatred, it can also learn self-compassion. If the mind learned fear, it can also learn peace. If the mind learned insecurity, it can also learn confidence. Transformation becomes possible the moment awareness enters the mind. Many people are waiting for the world to finally give them permission to feel worthy. They want approval before accepting themselves. They want validation before believing in themselves. They want perfection before allowing themselves peace. But Buddhism teaches that peace begins inside, not outside. A flower does not become beautiful because people admire it. It is already beautiful simply because it exists naturally. In the same way, your soul already carries value even when the world fails to notice it. The problem is that many people became disconnected from their own worth because they spent too much time measuring themselves through outside opinions. One person criticizes them and they feel worthless. One relationship ends and they feel unlovable. One failure happens and they feel broken. But another person's opinion does not define your value. A difficult season does not define your value. Pain does not define your value. You are far more than the worst thing that happened to you. Many people also suffer because they constantly compare their journey to others. They see people becoming successful, confident, attractive, or admired and immediately feel behind in life. They begin questioning themselves constantly. But comparison destroys peace because it disconnects people from their own path. Every human being carries different lessons, struggles, and timing. Some people bloom early. Some people bloom slowly after years of hardship. Some people discover themselves later in life. That does not make their journey less meaningful. Buddhism teaches patience with growth. A tree grows slowly through seasons, storms, sunlight, and time. In the same way, people also grow slowly through pain, healing, awareness, and experience. You do not need to rush your healing. You do not need to become perfect overnight. You do not need to have everything figured out immediately. You are allowed to grow slowly. Many people secretly believe they are too broken to heal because life hurt them deeply. Maybe they experienced heartbreak, betrayal, loneliness, rejection, or emotional trauma that changed the way they see themselves. Slowly, they stopped trusting their own worth. But Buddhism teaches that suffering can become wisdom instead of destruction. A wounded heart can still heal. A fearful mind can still become peaceful. A lost soul can still find light again. Healing is possible because the true self beneath pain still exists. Imagine the sky during a storm. Dark clouds may cover the sky completely, but the sky itself never disappears. In the same way, fear and suffering may cover your inner peace for a while, but your true worth still exists beneath all the emotional pain. This is why self-compassion matters so deeply. Many people think being hard on themselves will make them stronger, but constant self-criticism only creates emotional exhaustion. A person cannot heal while constantly attacking themselves mentally. Real strength grows through compassion and awareness. You deserve patience while healing. You deserve kindness while growing. You deserve forgiveness for being human. In Buddhism, compassion is not only for others. Compassion toward yourself is also part of awakening. The more gently you treat yourself, the more peaceful your inner world becomes. And slowly, your energy changes. You stop reacting emotionally to everything. You stop fearing judgment constantly. You stop apologizing for your existence. You stop needing everyone's approval. Your confidence becomes calmer and more natural because it no longer depends entirely on outside validation. This creates a different type of beauty, not just physical beauty, soul beauty, the beauty of inner peace, the beauty of emotional calmness, the beauty of a person who no longer lives at war with themselves. People can feel this energy naturally. A peaceful soul feels safe to be around. A healed person carries calmness into every room. Someone who truly accepts themselves radiates warmth without even trying. This is the glow Buddhism speaks about. Not fake perfection, not ego, not attention-seeking behavior, inner harmony. Many people spend years trying to appear beautiful externally while neglecting their inner world completely. But external beauty alone cannot create lasting peace. Real beauty becomes powerful when the mind and soul also feel calm. A peaceful person becomes attractive in a deeper way because their energy feels genuine. They are not desperately trying to impress everyone. They are not constantly competing. They are not pretending to be someone else. They simply feel comfortable being themselves. This comfort creates emotional freedom, and emotional freedom changes life completely. Many people live trapped inside fear of judgment. Every decision becomes controlled by what others might think. They silence themselves emotionally just to avoid criticism. Over time, they lose connection with their authentic self. But Buddhism teaches that attachment to public approval creates suffering because people's opinions constantly change. But healing is possible. Self-love is possible. Inner peace is possible. And the moment you begin valuing yourself deeply, something beautiful begins happening inside you. Your mind becomes calmer, your heart becomes stronger, your soul becomes lighter. You stop chasing people who cannot see your worth. You stop abandoning yourself emotionally. You stop living in constant fear of judgment. And for the first time, your confidence no longer depends completely on the outside world. This is true freedom. The freedom to exist peacefully as yourself. The freedom to stop shrinking your soul for acceptance. The freedom to know your worth even during difficult seasons. And once this freedom enters your life, the world loses much of its power to control you emotionally. Because a person who truly respects themselves cannot easily be broken by temporary opinions, rejection, or fear. Their peace comes from something deeper, from within. And in Buddhism, this inner peace becomes one of the greatest forms of strength a human being can ever develop. 18. The moment you stop chasing everyone, your soul finally feels free. Many people spend most of their life chasing people who were never truly meant to stay. They chase attention, approval, validation, love, friendship, and acceptance because deep inside they fear being forgotten, abandoned, or left behind. They try harder and harder to keep people close. believing that if they become good enough, useful enough, attractive enough, or kind enough, others will finally value them properly. But instead of finding peace, they slowly lose themselves. The more they chase, the more emotionally exhausted they become. Because a soul that constantly runs after people eventually forgets how to stand peacefully on its own. This is one of the deepest emotional struggles many human beings experience. The fear of not being chosen, the fear of not being enough, the fear of being left alone. Because of these fears, people tolerate painful relationships, emotional disrespect, and constant disappointment, while hoping things will eventually change. But Buddhism teaches something powerful. Attachment creates suffering. And one of the strongest attachments many people carry is attachment to needing other people in order to feel worthy. Many people do not realize how much emotional suffering comes from chasing people's attention, chasing relationships, chasing validation, chasing approval from people who continuously fail to appreciate them. Over time, this creates emotional emptiness because the mind becomes dependent on outside reactions for happiness. If someone replies, they feel important. If someone ignores them, they feel worthless. If someone stays, they feel secure. If someone leaves, they feel broken. Their emotional state constantly changes depending on other people's actions. But Buddhism teaches that true peace cannot exist when your happiness completely depends on unstable outside conditions. People change constantly, feelings change, relationships change, nothing external remains permanent forever. That is why inner peace matters more deeply than attachment. Many people secretly believe chasing proves love. They think if they continue sacrificing themselves enough, people will finally appreciate them properly. But real love does not require endless emotional begging. Real connections flow naturally. Healthy relationships do not force you to constantly abandon yourself emotionally. Yet many people spend years running after people who continuously drain their peace because deep inside they fear loneliness more than suffering itself. This fear becomes a prison. A person starts accepting less than they deserve simply to avoid being alone. They silence their feelings, ignore red flags, excuse disrespect, and slowly their self-worth disappears. But Buddhism teaches awareness, awareness of suffering, awareness of attachment, awareness of the emotional patterns destroying your peace. And one of the most painful realizations many people eventually experience is this. The more desperately they chased others, the more disconnected they became from themselves. This realization changes everything, because eventually a person becomes emotionally tired of forcing connections that no longer bring peace into their life, tired of begging for effort, tired of chasing conversations, tired of proving their worth, tired of carrying relationships alone. And in that moment, something powerful begins changing inside them. They slowly stop chasing. At first, this feels uncomfortable. Silence feels strange. Distance feels painful. The mind fears abandonment. But slowly, peace begins entering the spaces where desperation once lived. This is where healing truly begins. Many people fear letting go because they think losing people will destroy them emotionally. But often, what truly destroys peace is holding on to unhealthy attachment for too long. Buddhism teaches impermanence. Everything changes. Some people enter your life only for a season. Some relationships teach lessons instead of lasting forever. Some people walk beside you temporarily before life naturally pulls them away. Trying to force permanence onto temporary things only creates suffering, but acceptance creates freedom. Many people carry emotional pain because they keep trying to force people to love them properly. They replay conversations, overthink situations, and emotionally exhaust themselves trying to understand why someone changed or left. But Buddhism teaches that attachment to control creates suffering too. You cannot control another person's heart. You cannot force understanding. You cannot force loyalty. You cannot force people to value your presence. And the more desperately you try, the more emotionally drained you become. This is why detachment becomes powerful. Not coldness, not hatred, peaceful detachment. The understanding that your worth does not decrease simply because someone failed to recognize it. A flower does not stop being beautiful because one person walks past without noticing it. In the same way, your value remains even when someone fails to appreciate your heart properly. Many people spend years chasing people because they secretly believe they are incomplete alone. They think another person will finally heal all their insecurity and emptiness. But Buddhism teaches that no relationship can permanently heal someone who abandoned themselves emotionally. Healing begins within. Peace begins within. Self-worth begins within. And the moment a person reconnects with themselves, their entire relationship with the world changes. They stop chasing desperately. They stop forcing. They stop begging people to stay. Instead, they begin flowing naturally through life. This creates emotional freedom. Many people are exhausted not because they love too deeply, but because they attach too deeply. They confused emotional dependency with love. They became so afraid of losing people that they lost themselves first. But Buddhism teaches balance. Love people without losing your inner peace. Care deeply without abandoning your own soul. Connect with others without becoming emotionally imprisoned by attachment. This balance creates calmness. There are people who spent years waiting for messages that never came, waiting for apologies that never arrived, waiting for effort from people who continuously gave the bare minimum, waiting for love from people emotionally incapable of giving it properly. And while waiting, they slowly wasted years of emotional energy chasing what was never truly meant for them. But one day something changes. The soul becomes tired of suffering, tired of emotional chaos, tired of chasing unavailable people. And for the first time, peace becomes more important than attachment. This is a powerful transformation. Because once peace becomes your priority, your decisions change. You stop chasing people who repeatedly ignore your worth. You stop forcing conversations. You stop over-explaining yourself. You stop begging for attention. You stop carrying relationships alone. Instead, you begin protecting your energy, and slowly life feels lighter. Many people think letting go means weakness, but Buddhism teaches that sometimes letting go requires far more strength than holding on. Holding on often comes from fear. Letting go often comes from awareness. Awareness that your peace matters too. Awareness that not every relationship is healthy for your soul. Awareness that your value does not depend on who stays or leaves. This awareness creates emotional maturity. A peaceful person no longer needs to chase constantly because they understand something deeply. What is truly meant for them will not require endless self-destruction to keep. This does not mean life becomes perfect. People will still leave sometimes. Relationships will still change. Pain will still exist. But inner peace becomes stronger because self-worth no longer depends entirely on outside attachment. This changes the way a person moves through life. They stop fearing loneliness the same way. They stop panicking whenever someone becomes distant. They stop losing themselves emotionally, trying to keep everyone happy. Because they finally learned how to become emotionally safe for themselves. This is freedom. Many people are afraid of solitude because they spent their whole life using people as distraction from their own inner emptiness. But once healing begins, solitude no longer feels like punishment. It begins feeling peaceful. Quiet mornings feel calming. Silence feels healing. Time alone becomes an opportunity to reconnect with the soul again. Buddhism teaches that many answers people search for in others are actually waiting quietly inside themselves. But they cannot hear those answers while constantly chasing noise, attention, and emotional validation. This is why stillness matters. Meditation, reflection, nature, silence, breathing slowly. These moments help the mind detach from emotional chaos and return to peace again. Many people discover their true strength only after they stop chasing everyone else. Because once desperation disappears, clarity enters the mind. They begin seeing relationships differently. They begin recognizing unhealthy attachment patterns. They begin understanding their own worth more deeply. And slowly they stop settling for connections that continuously damage their peace. This is self-respect awakening. A person who respects themselves no longer feels the need to beg for love, attention, or validation. They understand their value without needing constant reassurance. And because of this, their energy changes naturally. They become calmer, more grounded, more emotionally stable. People can feel when someone no longer chases desperately. Their presence feels peaceful instead of needy. Their confidence feels natural instead of forced. Their love feels genuine instead of emotionally dependent. This is why Buddhism teaches detachment so deeply. Not because love is wrong, but because unhealthy attachment creates suffering. True peace begins when love becomes balanced instead of desperate, when connection becomes natural instead of forced, when your happiness no longer depends completely on another person's actions. There are people listening to these words right now who are emotionally exhausted from chasing relationships, approval, and validation for too long. Their soul feels tired, their heart feels heavy, their mind feels overwhelmed, but healing is possible. Peace is possible, freedom is possible. And it begins the moment you stop abandoning yourself emotionally just to keep others close. You are allowed to stop chasing. You are allowed to let go of what destroys your peace. You are allowed to protect your energy. You are allowed to choose calmness over emotional chaos. And the beautiful thing is that the moment you stop desperately chasing everyone else, your soul finally begins breathing freely again. Your mind becomes quieter, your heart becomes lighter, your energy becomes calmer. And for the first time in a very long time, life no longer feels like an endless battle for attention, love, and validation. Because in Buddhism, true freedom begins the moment you stop searching for your worth in unstable attachment and finally discover peace within yourself. 19. The more you heal yourself, the more your entire life begins changing. Many people believe their life will change only when external things finally improve. They think happiness will arrive after success, after money, after relationships, after recognition, or after life becomes easier. Because of this, they spend years trying to change everything around them, while completely ignoring the condition of their own inner world. But Buddhism teaches something very different. Your outer life often begins changing only after your inner life changes first. This is one of the deepest truths many people eventually discover. A wounded mind creates wounded decisions. An insecure heart creates unhealthy attachment. An exhausted soul struggles to experience peace, even during beautiful moments. But when healing begins inside, life itself slowly begins transforming too. Many people do not realize how deeply unhealed pain affects every part of life. Emotional wounds shape the way a person thinks, reacts, loves, trusts, and sees themselves. A person who secretly hates themselves often attracts situations that continue reinforcing that pain. They tolerate disrespect because they believe they deserve little. They chase validation because they feel empty inside. They fear abandonment because they never learned how to feel safe within themselves. They overthink constantly because their mind is filled with fear and insecurity. Slowly, their entire life becomes shaped by emotional wounds they never fully healed. But Buddhism teaches awareness of suffering, so transformation becomes possible. You cannot heal what you refuse to face. This is why healing begins with honesty. Honesty about your pain, honesty about your fears, honesty about the emotional patterns slowly destroying your peace. Many people spend years distracting themselves from inner pain. They stay busy constantly. They chase relationships, attention, success, and entertainment because silence forces them to face emotions they have been avoiding for too long. But pain does not disappear simply because it is ignored. Unhealed wounds quietly affect everything. A person rejected deeply in the past may fear closeness in future relationships. A person constantly criticized may become trapped in insecurity. A person emotionally abandoned may desperately chase validation from others. This is why healing matters so deeply. Because until the inner wounds begin healing, the same suffering often repeats itself in different forms. Buddhism teaches that awareness breaks these cycles. The moment you become aware of your emotional patterns, transformation slowly becomes possible. At first, this process feels uncomfortable. A person may realize how much fear controls their life, how much self-hatred they carry, how much validation they constantly seek, how often they abandon themselves emotionally. But awareness is not punishment. Awareness is freedom beginning. Because once you clearly see what is hurting your soul, you finally gain the ability to heal it. Many people think healing means becoming perfect or never feeling pain again. But Buddhism teaches something deeper. Healing means creating peace with yourself, even while still growing through life. It means no longer allowing pain to completely control your identity. It means learning how to experience emotions without drowning inside them. It means choosing awareness instead of endless emotional reaction. This changes everything, because the more healing enters your inner world, the more your external life begins changing naturally. Your relationships change, your mindset changes, your energy changes, your decisions change. You stop tolerating things that destroy your peace. You stop chasing people who continuously drain your spirit. You stop speaking to yourself with cruelty. You stop needing constant validation from the world. And slowly, your life begins feeling lighter. Many people secretly believe healing should happen quickly. They become frustrated when emotional pain does not disappear immediately. But Buddhism teaches patience with the human experience. A tree does not grow overnight. A wound does not disappear instantly. Inner peace develops slowly through awareness, compassion, and consistent healing. This process takes time. Some days feel peaceful. Some days old pain returns. Some days the mind becomes heavy again. But healing is not about never struggling again. Healing is about no longer being completely controlled by suffering. There are people who once felt broken beyond repair, but slowly became peaceful through healing. Not because life suddenly became perfect, but because they stopped fighting themselves constantly. They learned how to breathe through difficult emotions. They learned how to forgive themselves. They learned how to protect their energy. They learned how to stop carrying unnecessary emotional burden. And because of this, their entire energy changed. This is what many people do not understand. Healing changes your energy before it changes your circumstances. A peaceful person walks through life differently. Their words become calmer, their reactions become softer, their presence becomes lighter. Even their silence feels different, because their soul no longer carries endless emotional chaos inside. People can feel this energy naturally. A healed person feels safe to be around, not because they became perfect, but because they stopped spreading their unhealed pain everywhere. Many people unknowingly project their inner suffering onto the world around them. Hurt people often become controlling, jealous, angry, emotionally reactive, or deeply insecure because they never healed properly. But the more healing enters the heart, the less suffering controls behavior. This is why Buddhism places so much importance on inner work, because inner peace creates outer peace. Many people keep trying to change their life externally while avoiding internal healing completely. They change jobs, relationships, environments, or appearances, hoping something outside will finally remove their suffering. But if the inner wounds remain untouched, pain often follows them everywhere. A person carrying deep insecurity will continue feeling insecure, even after entering a new relationship. A person carrying self-hatred will continue suffering even after success arrives. A restless mind will continue feeling empty even in beautiful situations. This is why inner transformation matters first. Your relationship with yourself shapes your entire experience of life. Many people also do not realize how much emotional weight they carry daily. Old regrets, fear of failure, need for validation, childhood wounds, rejection, shame, comparison, loneliness. All of this becomes heavy over time. And slowly the soul becomes exhausted. But healing teaches people how to release what no longer serves peace. Release shame, release unhealthy attachment, release old emotional burden, release the belief that you are not enough, release the pressure to become perfect. The lighter the heart becomes, the lighter life feels too. Many people think healing means forgetting painful experiences completely. But Buddhism teaches acceptance rather than denial. Healing does not erase your past. It changes your relationship with your past. Painful memories may still exist, but they no longer control your identity completely. You stop reliving suffering every single day. You stop defining yourself through your wounds. Instead, wisdom slowly grows from the pain. This is powerful, because suffering often becomes transformation when awareness enters the mind. A person who heals deeply often becomes more compassionate, more patient, more emotionally aware, more peaceful. Their suffering teaches them how to understand both themselves and others more deeply. This is one of the hidden gifts within healing. Pain can either destroy awareness or deepen it. Many people also discover during healing that they spent most of their life searching outside themselves for peace that was always waiting within. They chased validation because they lacked self-worth. They chased unhealthy attachment because they lacked inner safety. They chased endless distraction because silence felt painful. But slowly, healing changes this relationship with the self. Solitude becomes peaceful instead of lonely. Silence becomes calming instead of uncomfortable. Rest no longer creates guilt. The soul begins reconnecting with itself again. This is where real transformation begins. Many people are emotionally exhausted because they are fighting themselves every day without realizing it. They criticize themselves constantly, doubt themselves constantly, fear judgment constantly. But healing begins the moment compassion enters the mind. The moment you stop becoming your own enemy. The moment you stop speaking to yourself with hatred. The moment you stop punishing yourself forever for being human. This changes your entire inner world. And once the inner world changes, life itself begins changing too, because your energy influences every part of your reality. A fearful mind experiences life differently than a peaceful mind. An insecure heart experiences relationships differently than a healed heart. A person who respects themselves attracts different experiences than someone who constantly abandons themselves emotionally. This is why healing changes everything, not overnight, but slowly, deeply, quietly. Many people listening to these words right now are carrying emotional wounds they rarely speak about. They feel tired, lost, heavy inside. Some have spent years pretending to be okay while silently struggling within themselves. But healing is possible, no matter how long you carried pain, no matter how lost you once felt, no matter how much suffering shaped your past. Transformation is still possible. Buddhism teaches that every moment creates another opportunity to awaken into greater awareness and peace. Your past does not permanently imprison your future. Your wounds do not remove your worth. Your suffering does not erase your ability to heal. And the moment you begin choosing healing instead of self-destruction, life slowly begins opening in beautiful ways again. You begin breathing easier, thinking more clearly, feeling calmer, trusting yourself more deeply. Your relationships improve because your boundaries improve. Your peace grows because your awareness grows. Your confidence strengthens because self-hatred weakens. And slowly, the entire quality of your life begins transforming from the inside out. This is why healing yourself becomes one of the most important journeys a human being can ever take. Because the more peace enters your soul, the less suffering controls your life. And eventually, after enough healing, you begin realizing something beautiful. You were never truly broken beyond repair. You were simply carrying too much pain for too long. But beneath all that suffering, your peaceful self was always waiting patiently for you to return. And the moment you finally begin returning to yourself, your entire life begins changing in ways you never thought possible. 20. One day you will thank yourself for never giving up on your soul. There are moments in life when a person feels completely tired inside. Tired of overthinking, tired of suffering, tired of carrying emotional pain nobody else can fully see. Some people smile around others while secretly feeling broken inside themselves. They continue waking up every morning, continuing their responsibilities, pretending to stay strong, while their soul quietly feels exhausted beneath the surface. Many people reach a point where they begin questioning everything. Will I ever truly heal? Will life always feel this heavy? Will I ever feel peace inside my mind again? These questions often appear during painful seasons when a person feels emotionally lost and disconnected from themselves. But Buddhism teaches something powerful. No storm lasts forever, no emotional season remains permanent forever, and no soul is beyond healing. This truth becomes deeply important during difficult moments because many people secretly believe their pain will never end. When suffering lasts too long, the mind begins creating hopelessness. A person starts believing they will always feel broken, anxious, insecure, lonely, or emotionally exhausted. But the human soul is far more powerful than temporary suffering. Many people do not realize how strong they already are because they only focus on how tired they feel. They forget how much they have already survived. They survived heartbreak. They survived disappointment. They survived rejection. They survived lonely nights where their mind felt heavy. They survived moments where life felt impossible. And despite all of it, they are still here, still breathing, still learning, still trying to heal. That itself is strength. In Buddhism, suffering is not seen as proof that life is meaningless. Suffering is part of the human experience. Every person experiences pain, loss, confusion, and emotional struggle at different moments in life. But suffering also creates opportunities for awareness, growth, compassion, and transformation. Some of the wisest people became wise because life hurt them deeply. Some of the calmest souls became peaceful because they survived chaos. Some of the kindest hearts became gentle because they understood suffering personally. Pain changes people. But pain does not always destroy people. Sometimes pain awakens them. Many people secretly believe healing should happen quickly. They want immediate peace, immediate confidence, immediate freedom from suffering. But Buddhism teaches patience with the healing process. A wound takes time to heal properly. A tree takes time to grow strong. Inner peace also grows slowly. There will be days where healing feels easy, and there will be days where old emotions return again. This does not mean you failed. Healing is not a straight path. Some days the mind feels calm. Some days sadness returns unexpectedly. Some days confidence feels strong. Some days insecurity speaks loudly again. This is part of being human. But every time you continue choosing healing instead of self-destruction, you move closer toward peace. Many people give up on themselves too early because they expect transformation overnight. They become discouraged when pain does not disappear immediately. But deep healing often happens quietly and slowly beneath the surface before visible change fully appears. A seed buried underground may look invisible for a long time before finally becoming a tree. In the same way, your healing may already be growing even during moments where you feel lost. This is why hope matters. Not false positivity, but quiet hope. The understanding that your current pain is not your final destination. Many people also do not realize how much strength it takes simply to continue living while carrying emotional pain. Some people wake up every day already mentally exhausted, yet continue moving forward anyway. That quiet perseverance matters more than they realize. In Buddhism, resilience is not always loud. Sometimes, strength is simply continuing to breathe through difficult moments without giving up completely. A peaceful warrior is not someone who never struggles emotionally. A peaceful warrior is someone who keeps returning to awareness and healing, despite suffering. Many people are too harsh toward themselves during painful seasons. They criticize themselves for not healing faster. They compare their progress to others. They become frustrated whenever sadness or fear returns. But healing requires compassion. You cannot heal while constantly attacking yourself mentally. A person recovering from emotional wounds deserves patience, understanding, and gentleness too. Buddha taught compassion toward all beings, and that compassion includes yourself. You deserve kindness while healing. You deserve rest while struggling. You deserve understanding while growing. Many people spent years believing they were weak simply because they felt emotional pain deeply. But sensitivity is not weakness. A heart capable of feeling deeply is also capable of loving deeply, understanding deeply, and healing deeply. The problem is that the world often teaches people to suppress emotions instead of understanding them. Many individuals become disconnected from themselves because they learn to hide sadness, fear, vulnerability, and pain. But hidden pain does not disappear. It quietly grows heavier over time. This is why awareness becomes important. The moment you begin honestly facing your emotions, instead of constantly escaping them, healing slowly begins. At first, this feels uncomfortable, because many people spent years distracting themselves from their inner world. But eventually, awareness creates freedom. You begin understanding your fears, understanding your wounds, understanding your emotional patterns, and through this understanding, peace slowly grows. Many people also secretly feel ashamed of their past. They believe their mistakes ruined them forever. They replay old memories repeatedly and continue punishing themselves mentally long after those moments ended. But Buddhism teaches impermanence and transformation. The person you were years ago is not the exact same person you are today. Human beings constantly change, learn, grow, awaken. A person who once felt lost can still become peaceful. A person who once hated themselves can still learn self-compassion. A person who once suffered deeply can still create a beautiful life. Your past does not permanently imprison your future. This understanding creates hope again. Many people listening to these words may secretly feel tired of fighting themselves every day. Tired of overthinking. Tired of carrying insecurity. Tired of feeling emotionally heavy all the time. But one day, if you continue choosing healing, you will look back and realize how far you came. You will realize the person who once cried every night slowly became stronger. The person who once doubted themselves learned self-respect. The person who once begged for validation learned inner peace. The person who once felt broken learned how to heal gently. And one day, you will feel grateful that you never completely gave up on yourself. This is powerful because many people are much closer to healing than they realize. But they become discouraged during difficult moments and forget that growth often happens invisibly before transformation fully appears. Think about nature. Winter does not last forever. Storms eventually pass. Flowers bloom again after harsh seasons. Life constantly changes, and emotional suffering changes too. The painful version of your life today will not remain exactly the same forever. This does not mean life becomes perfect. Buddhism never promises a life without pain, but it teaches something far more meaningful. Peace is possible even in an imperfect world. A person can still smile again after heartbreak, still heal after suffering, still trust life again after disappointment, still become peaceful after chaos. This is the strength of the human spirit. Many people underestimate their own resilience because they only focus on their wounds instead of their survival. But surviving difficult seasons already proves there is strength inside you. You are still here, still searching for peace, still hoping for healing, still trying to become better. That matters deeply. Many people spend years waiting for another person to save them emotionally. But eventually, healing often begins when a person decides to stop abandoning themselves. The moment they stop speaking to themselves with hatred. The moment they stop believing they are permanently broken. The moment they begin treating themselves with compassion instead of cruelty. This changes everything, because your relationship with yourself shapes the quality of your entire life. A person who constantly hates themselves struggles to experience peace fully. But a person who learns self-compassion slowly creates emotional freedom. This freedom changes how you experience everything. Relationships feel healthier, silence feels calmer, your mind feels lighter. Life becomes more meaningful because you are no longer fighting yourself constantly. Many people also discover during healing that peace was never something they needed to earn through perfection. Peace becomes possible the moment they stop rejecting themselves emotionally. This realization becomes life-changing, because for the first time, they stop seeing themselves only through flaws, pain, mistakes, and insecurity. Instead, they begin seeing their strength, their growth, their resilience, their kindness, their humanity, and slowly self-hatred begins losing power. This does not happen in one day. But every small act of self-compassion matters. Every moment you choose healing matters. Every time you protect your peace matters. Every time you forgive yourself matters. Every time you continue moving forward, despite emotional pain matters. Because these small moments slowly rebuild the soul. Many people think transformation happens through one dramatic event. But Buddhism teaches that real transformation often happens quietly, through consistent awareness and compassion practiced daily. Little by little, the mind becomes calmer. Little by little, fear becomes weaker. Little by little, the heart becomes lighter. And one day, without even realizing exactly when it happened, you notice something beautiful. Life no longer feels as heavy as it once did. You breathe easier, you smile more naturally. You stop overthinking every moment. You stop carrying endless shame. You begin feeling emotionally safe within yourself again. This is healing, not perfection, peace. And one day, after surviving everything that once tried to break you emotionally, you will look back at your journey with softer eyes. Not because every moment was easy, but because despite all the pain, you continued choosing growth instead of giving up on your soul completely. You continued searching for light even during dark seasons. You continued trying to heal even when your heart felt tired. You continued moving forward even when fear told you to stop. And because of that, one day you will finally understand something beautiful. Your suffering did not destroy you. It transformed you. Your painful seasons were not meaningless. They were teaching you awareness, compassion, strength, and inner peace. And most importantly, they were slowly guiding you back toward yourself. The peaceful self, the worthy self, the calm self, the self that existed beneath all the pain the entire time. And when you finally reconnect with that version of yourself fully, you will feel something many people spend their whole life searching for. Inner peace, not because life became perfect, but because you finally stopped giving up on your own soul. 21. The person you become after healing will thank you for not quitting. Many people are secretly fighting battles inside themselves that nobody else fully understands. Every day they wake up carrying anxiety, self-doubt, emotional pain, overthinking, loneliness, and silent exhaustion inside their heart. Some people become so used to suffering that they begin believing this heaviness will stay with them forever. They smile while feeling broken. They continue helping others while secretly feeling empty themselves. They stay quiet because they feel nobody would truly understand their pain. And slowly, life begins feeling emotionally exhausting because the mind never truly rests. There are moments when a person becomes tired of everything, tired of overthinking every situation, tired of feeling emotionally weak, tired of carrying sadness they cannot explain properly, tired of pretending to stay strong while secretly struggling inside. And during these moments, many people begin losing hope in themselves. But Buddhism teaches something very important. The person you are today is not the final version of who you will become. This truth matters deeply because suffering often tricks people into believing their current emotional state will last forever. Pain narrows the mind. It makes difficult moments feel permanent. When a person suffers for too long, they begin forgetting what peace even feels like. But no emotional season remains exactly the same forever. Human beings constantly change, learn, heal, grow, transform. And many people who once felt completely lost eventually become some of the calmest and strongest souls because they continued healing instead of giving up. This is why patience with yourself becomes so important. Many people judge themselves too harshly during painful seasons. They become angry at themselves for struggling emotionally. They compare their healing journey to others. They expect themselves to recover quickly from wounds that took years to form. But Buddhism teaches compassion towards suffering. A wounded heart needs gentleness. A tired mind needs patience. A healing soul needs understanding. You cannot heal by constantly attacking yourself emotionally. Many people also do not realize how brave they already are, simply for continuing to move forward while carrying emotional pain. Some people survived years of loneliness, rejection, insecurity, heartbreak, fear, and mental exhaustion without ever fully giving up on life. That quiet survival is strength. Not loud strength, but deep strength. The kind of strength many people overlook because they are too focused on their pain to recognize their resilience. In Buddhism, suffering itself is not weakness. Suffering is part of the human experience. Even wise people experience pain. Even peaceful people experience difficult emotions. Even strong people sometimes feel lost. The difference is that healing people slowly learn how to move through suffering without becoming completely destroyed by it. This creates emotional wisdom. Many people think healing means becoming perfect, but Buddhism never teaches perfection. Buddhism teaches awareness, awareness of thoughts, awareness of emotions, awareness of attachment, awareness of the suffering created by fear and self-hatred. And through this awareness, transformation slowly becomes possible. Many people spend years trapped inside emotional patterns without realizing it. They repeat the same self-destructive thoughts daily. I am not enough. I always fail. Nobody truly cares about me. I will never heal. Over time, the mind starts believing these thoughts automatically because repetition creates identity. But thoughts are not permanent truth. Thoughts are temporary mental experiences shaped by fear, pain, and conditioning. This understanding becomes powerful because it means the mind can change. A person who once hated themselves can learn self-compassion. A person trapped in fear can slowly learn peace. A person carrying emotional darkness can reconnect with light again. Transformation is always possible. Many people listening to these words may secretly feel exhausted from carrying emotional pain for too long. Maybe they spent years doubting themselves. Maybe life hurt them repeatedly. Maybe rejection slowly damaged their confidence. Maybe they became emotionally disconnected from themselves after too much suffering. But healing often begins very quietly, not through dramatic moments, but through small decisions repeated consistently. The decision to stop speaking to yourself with cruelty. The decision to stop comparing your journey to others. The decision to protect your peace. The decision to continue healing instead of giving up completely. These small choices slowly rebuild the soul. At first, progress feels invisible. A person may still struggle with fear, still experience sadness, still feel emotionally tired. But little by little, something begins changing beneath the surface. The mind becomes calmer. Self-hatred becomes weaker. Hope slowly returns. This is how transformation often happens. Quietly, slowly, deeply. Many people also underestimate how much healing changes the future version of themselves. The peaceful person they eventually become will one day look back and feel grateful they did not completely give up during difficult seasons. Grateful they continued trying. Grateful they protected their peace. Grateful they kept healing even during moments where life felt heavy. This future version of you already exists as possibility inside your life right now. A calmer version, a stronger version, a more peaceful version, a version no longer controlled completely by fear and insecurity. But that version grows only when you continue choosing healing instead of surrendering fully to suffering. This is why every small act of self-compassion matters. Every moment you rest instead of destroying yourself mentally matters. Every moment you forgive yourself matters. Every moment you continue despite emotional exhaustion matters. Because healing is built through repeated compassion toward yourself. Many people think healing means life becomes easy forever, but Buddhism teaches something more realistic and powerful. Pain will still exist sometimes. Life will still contain uncertainty. People will still disappoint you occasionally. But a healed person experiences life differently because their inner world becomes more stable. They stop collapsing emotionally after every setback. They stop defining themselves through suffering. They stop seeing temporary pain as permanent identity. This creates emotional freedom. Many people are emotionally trapped because they fully identify with their wounds. They no longer see themselves beyond pain. I am broken, I am damaged, I am hopeless. But Buddhism teaches impermanence. Everything changes, emotions change, thoughts change, life changes. You are not frozen permanently in your current emotional state. Healing changes people in powerful ways. A person who once feared being alone learns how to enjoy solitude peacefully. A person who once begged for validation learns self-respect. A person who once hated themselves learns compassion. A person who once overthought constantly learns calmness. This transformation is possible because the human spirit is deeply adaptable. Many people who now radiate peace once carried enormous suffering inside themselves. The difference is that they continued healing long enough for transformation to happen. They stopped feeding self-hatred. They stopped abandoning themselves emotionally. They stopped seeking their entire worth from outside approval. And slowly their inner world changed. This inner change affects every part of life. Relationships improve because boundaries improve. Confidence grows because self-respect grows. Peace increases because emotional chaos decreases. Even simple moments become more beautiful because the mind no longer constantly fights itself. This is why healing changes the entire quality of life, not because problems disappear completely, but because suffering no longer controls everything. Many people also become discouraged because they still experience difficult emotions during healing. They think healing means never feeling sadness, fear, or insecurity again. But Buddhism teaches emotional balance, not emotional perfection. Healing means emotions no longer completely dominate your life. You still feel sadness sometimes, but sadness no longer destroys your entire identity. You still feel fear occasionally, but fear no longer controls every decision. You still experience difficult moments, but you recover with greater awareness and compassion. This is true strength, not pretending to never struggle, but learning how to move through struggle without abandoning yourself. There are people listening right now who may secretly feel emotionally tired of fighting themselves every day. Maybe they feel behind in life. Maybe they feel ashamed of their past. Maybe they feel lost and disconnected from peace. But the future version of you is silently depending on the choices you make today. Every time you continue healing instead of giving up, you move closer toward that future peaceful self. The self that finally sleeps peacefully. The self that no longer needs constant validation. the self that feels emotionally safe within, the self that learned how to love life again. This version of you is real, but healing requires patience. A flower does not bloom immediately after planting the seed. Growth happens beneath the surface, long before visible beauty appears. In the same way, your healing may already be transforming you quietly, even during moments where you still feel lost. This is why hope matters, not unrealistic fantasy, but calm trust in the possibility of healing. Buddhism teaches that awareness itself begins dissolving suffering. The moment you stop running from yourself and begin understanding your inner world honestly, peace slowly becomes possible. You begin understanding your fears instead of being controlled by them, understanding your emotional wounds instead of hiding them, understanding your patterns instead of repeating them unconsciously. And through this awareness, transformation quietly grows. Many people once believed they would never feel peace again, yet years later they became the very person they once desperately needed: calm, wise, compassionate, emotionally strong. This can happen for you too, not through perfection, but through patience and continued healing. One day you will look back at the version of yourself that felt tired, broken, insecure, and emotionally overwhelmed. And instead of hating that version, you will feel compassion, because you will finally understand how hard they were trying to survive. And you will feel grateful they did not completely quit. Grateful they kept going through difficult nights. Grateful they continued healing despite emotional exhaustion. Grateful they chose awareness over destruction. Because without those difficult seasons, you would never become the peaceful person you are slowly becoming now. This is one of the most beautiful truths in Buddhism. Suffering can become awakening, pain can become wisdom, and healing can transform an exhausted soul into someone deeply peaceful and emotionally free. So if your heart feels tired today, do not give up on yourself yet. The future version of you is quietly waiting. Waiting to thank you for surviving everything that once tried to break your spirit. Waiting to thank you for protecting your peace. Waiting to thank you for choosing healing again and again. And one day, when your mind finally becomes calmer and your soul feels lighter, you will realize something powerful. You were never weak for struggling. You were becoming stronger through every painful season. And every moment you refused to give up on yourself was slowly leading you back toward inner peace all along. 22. Your real glow appears. When you finally become at peace with yourself, many people spend years trying to improve their outer appearance while secretly feeling broken inside. They try to look confident, successful, attractive, calm, or happy because they believe external perfection will finally make them feel worthy. But even after changing their appearance, achieving goals, or gaining attention, many still feel empty inside because true confidence cannot grow in a mind filled with self-hatred. This is something Buddhism understands deeply. Real beauty is not only physical. Real beauty is the peace, energy, and calmness a person carries inside their soul. Many people think glow comes only from appearance. But some of the most beautiful people in the world still feel insecure and unhappy because inner peace is missing. At the same time, there are people with simple appearances whose presence feels warm, calming, and deeply attractive because they carry peace within themselves. This is the glow that Buddhism speaks about, not fake perfection, not attention-seeking beauty, inner light. The peaceful energy created when a person stops fighting themselves emotionally. Many people secretly live in constant war with themselves. Every day they criticize their appearance, compare themselves to others, replay mistakes, fear judgment, and carry insecurity inside their heart. Even when others compliment them, they struggle to believe it, because deep inside they still feel not enough. This emotional conflict slowly steals peace from the soul. A person cannot feel truly beautiful while constantly attacking themselves mentally. That is why Buddhism teaches self-awareness and self-compassion so deeply. The mind shapes the way you experience yourself and the world around you. If your mind constantly repeats negativity, insecurity grows stronger. But if your mind slowly learns peace and compassion, your energy changes naturally. This transformation begins within. Many people are exhausted because they are trying too hard to become someone else. They copy personalities, appearances, lifestyles, and behaviors because they fear their true self is not valuable enough. Social media often increases this suffering because people constantly compare their real life to carefully edited versions of other people's lives. They see beauty, success, confidence, popularity, and immediately feel behind. But Buddhism teaches that comparison creates suffering because it disconnects people from their own unique path. A flower does not compare itself to another flower before blooming. The moon does not compare itself to the sun before shining. Nature exists peacefully without constantly questioning its worth. But human beings suffer because they spend too much time measuring themselves against everyone else. Many people no longer know how to appreciate themselves because their mind became addicted to comparison. They only focus on flaws instead of strengths. They notice everything wrong about themselves while ignoring their kindness, growth, resilience, and emotional depth. Over time, they lose connection with their own beauty completely. But healing begins the moment you stop seeing yourself only through criticism. This does not mean pretending to be perfect. Buddhism never teaches denial of flaws. Instead, it teaches compassionate awareness, the ability to recognize imperfections without turning them into self-hatred. This creates peace. Many people secretly believe they must become perfect before they deserve confidence. But perfection is impossible. Human beings are meant to grow, learn, struggle, heal, and evolve through life itself. Your flaws do not remove your worth. Your difficult seasons do not remove your beauty. Your emotional wounds do not remove your value. In fact, some of the most beautiful souls become beautiful precisely because they healed through suffering. A person who healed deeply often carries gentleness, patience, understanding, and calmness that cannot be created through appearance alone. This is why peaceful people often feel naturally attractive. Their energy feels safe. Their presence feels genuine. Their smile feels real instead of forced. People can feel when someone is comfortable within themselves. And people can also feel when someone secretly hates themselves inside. Energy speaks loudly even without words. Many people spend years trying to gain external attention while neglecting the condition of their own soul. They seek compliments constantly because they are starving for validation internally. But no amount of outside praise can permanently heal someone who still sees themselves through insecurity and self-rejection. This is why inner healing matters more deeply than temporary validation. The more peace enters your inner world, the more your natural glow appears without force. You stop trying so hard to impress everyone. You stop fearing every opinion. You stop shrinking yourself emotionally. You stop comparing your entire existence to strangers online. Instead, your confidence becomes softer and more natural. Not loud ego, not arrogance, calm self-respect. This changes the way you walk through life. Many people think attractiveness is only physical, but Buddhism understands that inner suffering changes a person's energy deeply. Constant stress, fear, jealousy, anger, and insecurity slowly drain emotional light from the face and mind. At the same time, peace softens people naturally. A calm person often looks lighter. A healed person often smiles more genuinely. A peaceful soul often carries warmth others can feel immediately. This is why inner healing affects outer beauty too, because the body reflects the condition of the mind over time. Many people also carry emotional wounds from rejection, criticism, bullying, heartbreak, or childhood experiences that damage their self-image deeply. Maybe someone made them feel ugly, unworthy, or unlovable years ago. Over time, these painful experiences became internal beliefs, and eventually, They stopped seeing themselves clearly. But another person's cruelty does not define your beauty. Painful opinions are not permanent truth. People project their own insecurity onto others constantly. And many individuals spend years carrying emotional scars created by words they never deserved in the first place. This is why Buddhism teaches awareness of thoughts and attachment. The mind easily absorbs negativity and turns it into identity if awareness is missing. A person hears criticism repeatedly and begins believing it. A person experiences rejection and begins feeling worthless. A person compares themselves constantly and loses all confidence. But awareness interrupts these patterns. The moment you begin observing your thoughts instead of blindly believing every insecurity, healing slowly begins. You realize many fears were created by emotional wounds rather than truth. This realization changes everything, because once self-awareness grows, self-compassion becomes possible. And once self-compassion grows, peace slowly returns. Many people are also emotionally exhausted because they spend too much energy trying to be accepted by everyone. They constantly change themselves depending on who they are around. They hide parts of their personality to avoid judgment. Over time, they lose connection with their authentic self. But Buddhism teaches authenticity and mindfulness. Peace grows when a person stops pretending constantly. The real glow appears when you finally feel safe enough to become yourself fully, without endless apology, without constant comparison, without fear controlling every decision. This freedom changes energy naturally. A person who genuinely accepts themselves no longer carries the same desperate energy for approval. Their confidence becomes calmer because it is no longer completely dependent on outside validation. And this calmness feels beautiful. Many people fear solitude because being alone forces them to face insecurities they normally avoid through distraction. But healing often begins in silence, meditation, reflection, quiet moments, nature. These experiences reconnect people with themselves again. A peaceful mind creates peaceful energy. And peaceful energy creates natural beauty. This is why Buddhism focuses so deeply on the inner world, because everything begins there. The face eventually reflects the condition of the soul. A stressed mind creates tension. An angry heart creates heaviness. A fearful spirit creates insecurity. But peace softens people naturally. This does not mean life becomes perfect. Even peaceful people still experience pain and difficult emotions. But a healed person no longer lives in constant war with themselves. This creates emotional lightness. Many people are waiting for some future achievement before allowing themselves to finally feel enough. They think confidence will arrive after beauty, money, relationships, or success. But true confidence begins much earlier. It begins the moment you stop rejecting yourself emotionally. The moment you stop seeing yourself only through flaws. The moment you stop speaking to yourself with cruelty. The moment you stop comparing your soul to everyone around you. That is when the real glow begins appearing. Not because you became perfect, but because you became peaceful. And peace changes everything. Your smile changes. Your energy changes. Your presence changes. Even your silence changes, because it no longer comes from insecurity. It comes from calmness. People can feel this deeply. There is something powerful about a person who no longer hates themselves secretly. They become emotionally lighter, more open, more genuine, more free. This freedom creates beauty far deeper than temporary appearance alone. Many people spend years trying to decorate the outside while ignoring the pain inside. But Buddhism teaches that real transformation begins within. When the inner world heals, the outer world changes naturally too. This is why protecting your peace matters. This is why healing your mind matters. This is why self-compassion matters. Because your soul deserves calmness too. Your heart deserves rest too. Your mind deserves freedom from constant self-hatred too. And the beautiful thing is that once you stop fighting yourself emotionally, your natural light slowly begins returning on its own. not forced, not fake, real. The glow of a soul finally reconnecting with peace again. And once that peaceful glow awakens fully inside you, the world begins feeling different too. Life feels lighter. Relationships feel healthier. Your mind feels calmer. And for the first time in a very long time, you stop searching everywhere outside yourself for beauty because you finally realize something powerful. The real beauty you were searching for was quietly waiting inside you all along. Beneath the fear, beneath the insecurity, beneath the pain, your peaceful self was always there, waiting for you to stop hating yourself long enough to finally see your own light again. One of the greatest mistakes many people make in life is believing they are not enough as they already are. They spend years fighting themselves, doubting themselves, comparing themselves, and searching for peace in the outside world while their own soul quietly suffers inside. They chase approval, relationships, perfection, beauty, and validation, hoping something external will finally remove the emptiness they feel within. But Buddhism teaches a very different truth. Peace does not begin when the world finally accepts you. Peace begins when you finally accept yourself. The moment you stop speaking to yourself like an enemy, your healing begins. The moment you stop carrying endless shame for being human, your heart becomes lighter. The moment you stop chasing everyone's approval and finally reconnect with your own soul, your entire energy changes. You begin breathing differently, thinking differently, living differently. Not because life suddenly becomes perfect, but because your relationship with yourself finally becomes peaceful. And this changes everything. A peaceful mind experiences life differently. A healed heart loves differently. A person who respects themselves walks through the world with calmness instead of desperation. This is the real glow. Not fake perfection, not ego, not attention from the world, inner peace. The quiet beauty of a soul no longer fighting itself every day. Many people spend years believing they are broken, but the truth is that most people are simply wounded by life. Pain, rejection, criticism, loneliness, and fear slowly covered their light until they forgot their own value. But your worth never disappeared. Your peaceful self never disappeared. It was always there beneath the suffering, waiting for you to return to yourself again. So stop punishing yourself for every mistake. Stop comparing your journey to everyone else. Stop begging the world to tell you that you matter. You were born with value long before anyone gave you approval. And the more you heal, the more you will realize something beautiful. You never truly needed to become someone else to deserve peace. You only needed to stop abandoning yourself emotionally. Because the moment you finally choose compassion over self-hatred, awareness over fear, and peace over endless suffering, your life slowly begins transforming from the inside out. And one day, you will look back at the person you used to be, the insecure version, the exhausted version, the version carrying silent pain, and instead of hating that person, you will feel grateful. Grateful they survived. Grateful they kept going. Grateful they never fully gave up on themselves. Because without those painful seasons, you would never become the peaceful soul you are slowly becoming now. In Buddhism, healing is not about becoming perfect. It is about becoming free. Free from self-hatred. Free from endless attachment. Free from the emotional prison created by fear and insecurity. And once that freedom enters your heart, life begins feeling lighter again, calmer again, more meaningful again. So from this moment forward, stop seeing yourself as someone broken beyond repair. See yourself as someone healing, growing, awakening, becoming stronger through every difficult season. And remember this deeply. You do not need to earn your right to exist peacefully. You do not need to become perfect before deserving love. You do not need the world's approval to recognize your own worth. You were always enough beneath the fear. You were always worthy beneath the pain. And the more you reconnect with your peaceful self, the more beautiful your life will become. Some people will support you. Some people will misunderstand you. Some people will judge you unfairly no matter how kind you are. Trying to control every opinion is impossible. Peace becomes possible only when you stop allowing outside opinions to control your identity completely. This does not mean becoming careless or selfish. It means understanding that your worth cannot depend on everyone's approval. You are allowed to exist peacefully without constantly proving yourself. You are allowed to be imperfect and still worthy. You are allowed to grow at your own pace. You are allowed to stop carrying endless shame. And the moment you truly understand this, your relationship with life begins changing. Simple moments become more beautiful again. Your mind becomes quieter. Your heart feels lighter. You stop chasing validation so desperately. You stop comparing yourself non-stop. You begin appreciating yourself more deeply. This is where real transformation begins. Not when you become perfect, but when you stop hating yourself for being human. Many people think enlightenment means escaping all suffering forever. But Buddhism teaches something deeper. Enlightenment begins when awareness replaces illusion, when compassion replaces self-hatred, when peace replaces endless emotional conflict. And one of the greatest awakenings a person can experience is finally realizing they were never truly worthless. They were simply wounded. They were simply carrying too much pain for too long. But beneath all the fear, insecurity, and suffering, their soul still carried beauty the entire time. The world may have convinced you to doubt yourself. Pain may have convinced you to fear yourself. Failure may have convinced you to limit yourself. But your true self never disappeared. It only became hidden beneath years of emotional struggle. And the beautiful thing about healing is that your light slowly returns the moment you stop fighting yourself. Every time you choose compassion over cruelty, every time you forgive yourself for being imperfect, every time you stop comparing your journey to others, every time you protect your peace, every time you speak to yourself with kindness, your soul becomes lighter again, your energy becomes calmer again, your heart becomes softer again, and slowly you begin reconnecting with the peaceful version of yourself that was always waiting beneath the suffering. This is why Buddhism teaches self-awareness so deeply, because awareness helps people remember who they truly are beneath fear and illusion. You were never born to hate yourself. You were never meant to spend your life feeling emotionally small. You were never meant to constantly live in shame and self-doubt. Your soul deserves peace too. Your mind deserves rest too. Your heart deserves compassion too. And the moment you finally stop fighting yourself, your entire life begins changing in a quiet but powerful way. Because a peaceful soul becomes beautiful in a way the world can always feel. And once that inner beauty awakens fully, no amount of fear, rejection, or comparison can completely take your light away again. 14. Stop carrying the weight of everyone else and return to yourself. Many people spend their entire life carrying emotional weight that was never truly theirs to carry. They absorb everyone's problems, everyone's opinions, everyone's negativity, and everyone's expectations until their own soul becomes exhausted. They try to keep everyone happy, avoid disappointing people, fix every relationship, and constantly prove their worth through sacrifice. Slowly, they lose themselves while trying to be everything for everyone else. At first, they believed this makes them kind and loving, but over time, something inside them begins breaking. Their mind becomes tired, their heart feels heavy, their peace slowly disappears. They continue smiling around others, while secretly feeling emotionally drained inside. This is one of the deepest forms of suffering, a person abandoning themselves emotionally while trying to carry the world. In Buddhism, attachment to external approval and emotional dependence creates suffering because people lose connection with their own inner peace. They become so focused on everyone else's emotions that they completely ignore their own mental and emotional needs. Many people are afraid of disappointing others because they secretly fear rejection. They say yes when they want to say no. They tolerate disrespect because they fear being alone. They constantly overgive because they believe love must be earned through sacrifice. But over time, this creates emotional exhaustion. A person cannot continue pouring energy into everyone else while completely neglecting their own soul. Eventually, the mind becomes overwhelmed, the body becomes tired, the heart becomes heavy, and peace slowly disappears. Many people do not even realize how disconnected they have become from themselves because they spent so many years living for others. Every decision becomes based on outside approval. Every action becomes focused on keeping people comfortable. Slowly, they forget what they truly feel, what they truly want, and who they truly are. But Buddhism teaches something powerful. You cannot create peace in your life while constantly abandoning yourself emotionally. This does not mean becoming selfish or cold toward others. Buddhism teaches compassion and kindness deeply. But true compassion includes yourself too. A peaceful life requires balance. You cannot continue destroying your own mental health while trying to save everyone else. Many people carry guilt whenever they choose themselves. They feel guilty for resting, guilty for setting boundaries, guilty for protecting their peace, guilty for saying no. This happens because they were taught that their worth depends on how much they sacrifice for others. But self-destruction is not love. Emotional exhaustion is not peace. Constant people-pleasing is not true kindness. A person who constantly ignores their own emotional needs eventually becomes empty inside. There are people who spent years helping everyone around them, but secretly felt deeply alone themselves. They listened to everyone else's pain while silently carrying their own suffering without support. They became emotionally available for everyone, while nobody truly noticed how tired they had become inside. This happens often because many caring people slowly lose connection with themselves while focusing too much on others. But Buddhism teaches awareness of the self alongside compassion for others. Awareness means paying attention to your own emotions, your own peace, and your own suffering too. You matter too. Your peace matters too. Your emotional health matters too. Many people carry relationships that continuously damage their peace because they fear letting go. They stay connected to people who criticize them, manipulate them, drain their energy, or make them feel emotionally small. Deep inside, they know these relationships hurt them, but they continue holding on because they are afraid of loneliness. But Buddhism teaches that attachment to unhealthy relationships creates suffering. Not every connection is healthy for your soul. Not every person deserves unlimited access to your energy. Some people enter your life only to teach you the importance of boundaries, awareness, and self-respect. Many people stay in painful situations far longer than necessary because they hope others will eventually change. They keep sacrificing their peace while waiting for appreciation, understanding, or love that never fully arrives. But one painful truth many people eventually learn is this: you cannot heal by constantly staying inside environments that continue hurting your spirit. Sometimes peace requires distance. Sometimes healing requires letting go. Sometimes growth requires returning back to yourself. This is difficult because human beings naturally fear loss and separation, but Buddhism teaches impermanence. Everything changes, relationships change, situations change, people change. Trying to hold on to everything forever only creates more suffering. Many people lose themselves emotionally because they attach their identity completely to others. Their happiness depends on who stays. Their peace depends on outside validation. Their confidence depends on approval. Slowly, they forget how to feel complete within themselves. But peace becomes possible when you stop searching for your entire identity in other people. You are more than someone's opinion of you. You are more than someone's ability to love you properly. You are more than what you can provide for others. Your soul still carries value, even when nobody is applauding you. This understanding changes everything. Because the moment you stop carrying the pressure to constantly prove yourself, your mind becomes lighter. Many people are exhausted, not because life is impossible, but because they are emotionally carrying too much all the time. They carry guilt, expectations, fear of judgment, pressure to please everyone, emotional pain from the past, and constant overthinking about relationships. This emotional weight slowly crushes inner peace. But Buddhism teaches simplicity, not only physically but emotionally too. A peaceful life requires learning what to release. Release the need to control everyone's opinions. Release unhealthy attachment. Release constant comparison. Release endless guilt. Release the pressure to become perfect for everyone. Release relationships that continuously destroy your peace. The more emotional weight you release, the lighter your spirit becomes. Many people are afraid of disappointing others, but they constantly disappoint themselves every day by ignoring their own emotional needs. They silence their feelings. They betray their boundaries. They tolerate situations that deeply hurt them. Over time, this creates emotional resentment and inner sadness. But healing begins the moment you start respecting your own peace again. Not everyone will understand your growth. Not everyone will support your boundaries. Some people become uncomfortable when you stop sacrificing yourself for them. But Buddhism teaches that attachment to approval creates suffering. If every decision depends on keeping everyone happy, your peace will never remain stable. There are moments in life where choosing yourself becomes necessary. Choosing rest, choosing healing, choosing silence, choosing distance, choosing inner peace over emotional chaos. This does not make you selfish, it makes you aware. Many people believe they must constantly earn love by overgiving. They think if they become useful enough, supportive enough, or available enough, people will finally value them properly. But true love does not require you to destroy yourself emotionally. Healthy relationships do not force you to abandon your peace constantly. In Buddhism, balance matters deeply. A balanced person helps others while still protecting their own inner world. They give love without completely losing themselves. They support others without carrying endless emotional burden alone. This balance creates freedom. There are also people who became emotionally exhausted because they never allowed themselves to rest mentally. Their mind constantly worries about others, overthinks relationships, and carries emotional responsibility for everyone around them. But not every problem is yours to solve. Not every emotion is yours to carry. Not every person can be healed by your sacrifice. Some people must face their own lessons in life, and you cannot save everyone by destroying yourself. This realization becomes painful at first, but eventually it becomes freeing. Because once you stop carrying what was never yours to carry, your soul finally begins breathing again. Your mind becomes calmer, your body feels lighter, your heart slowly reconnects with peace again. Many people have forgotten what inner calmness even feels like, because they became addicted to emotional pressure and chaos. Their nervous system became so used to stress that peace feels unfamiliar. But Buddhism teaches that peace is your natural state beneath all the fear and emotional noise. You simply became overwhelmed by carrying too much for too long. This is why silence becomes important. Quiet moments, time alone, meditation, reflection, breathing slowly. These moments help people reconnect with themselves again after years of emotional exhaustion. A peaceful person is not someone who escaped all problems. A peaceful person is someone who stopped carrying unnecessary emotional suffering. This changes life completely. You stop reacting emotionally to everything. You stop chasing validation constantly. You stop over-explaining yourself to people who misunderstand you. You stop forcing unhealthy relationships to work. You stop abandoning your own needs. And slowly your soul begins healing. Many people are waiting for permission to finally choose peace. But Buddhism teaches that inner peace begins the moment you stop betraying yourself emotionally. The moment you start listening to your own heart again. The moment you stop treating your feelings like they do not matter. The moment you stop sacrificing your mental health for temporary approval. That is when healing truly begins. There is deep strength in returning to yourself, not the fearful version shaped by people's opinions, not the exhausted version trying to please everyone, but the peaceful version beneath all the emotional pressure, the version of you that simply wants calmness, honesty, balance, and inner freedom. This version still exists inside you. It was simply buried beneath years of emotional exhaustion and people-pleasing. But every time you choose your peace, you reconnect with yourself again. Every time you set a healthy boundary, every time you say no without guilt, every time you protect your energy, every time you stop chasing unhealthy approval, your soul becomes lighter, your energy becomes calmer, your confidence becomes stronger, and slowly you begin realizing something powerful. You were never meant to carry the emotional weight of the entire world. You were never meant to destroy yourself, trying to save everyone else. You were never meant to lose your own peace while trying to keep everyone comfortable. Your soul deserves rest too. Your heart deserves peace too. Your mind deserves calmness too. And the moment you stop carrying everything for everyone and finally return back to yourself, your entire life begins changing in a beautiful and peaceful way. Because in Buddhism, true freedom begins the moment you stop abandoning yourself emotionally and finally start living in harmony with your own soul. 15. One peaceful mind is more valuable than a perfect life. Many people spend their entire life trying to build a perfect life while completely neglecting the condition of their own mind. They chase success, money, relationships, beauty, status, and approval because they believe these things will finally bring lasting happiness. But even after gaining many of those things, countless people still feel emotionally tired, anxious, empty, and restless inside. Why? Because external success cannot create inner peace for a mind that remains full of fear, comparison, insecurity, and emotional suffering. This is one of the deepest truths taught in Buddhism. A peaceful mind is more valuable than a perfect life. Many people believe happiness depends on circumstances. They think, I will finally feel peaceful after I fix everything in my life. But life never stays completely perfect for long. Problems come and go. Situations change. Emotions change. If your peace depends entirely on life becoming perfect, your mind will continue suffering endlessly because perfection does not truly exist. There are people with money but no peace. People with relationships but no emotional security. People with success but constant anxiety. People surrounded by attention but secretly feeling lonely inside. This shows something important. Outer appearance does not always reflect inner peace. In Buddhism, the state of the mind matters more than external conditions because your mind shapes the way you experience life itself. Two people can live in similar situations while experiencing completely different emotional realities. One person lives with gratitude and calmness. Another lives with constant dissatisfaction and fear. The difference is often not the outside world. The difference is the condition of the inner world. Many people unknowingly destroy their peace every day through constant overthinking. They replay old memories, fear future problems, compare themselves to others, and worry about everyone's opinions non-stop. Their body may physically rest, but their mind never truly relaxes. Over time, this mental exhaustion slowly steals joy from life. Simple moments stop feeling peaceful. Rest becomes difficult. Silence feels uncomfortable. The mind becomes addicted to stress and emotional noise. But Buddhism teaches that true peace begins when the mind learns how to slow down, not by escaping life completely, but by changing the way you respond to life. Many people react emotionally to everything because their inner world already feels unstable. One criticism ruins their mood for days. One mistake destroys their confidence. One rejection makes them question their entire worth. But a peaceful mind creates emotional stability. A peaceful person still experiences pain, but pain does not completely control them. A peaceful person still experiences difficult situations, but they do not mentally torture themselves endlessly afterward. A peaceful person understands that emotions are temporary waves, not permanent identity. This understanding creates freedom. Many people are also suffering because they are mentally living in places where life no longer exists. Some are trapped in the past. Others are trapped in fear of the future. Very few people are fully present in the current moment. They replay conversations repeatedly. They regret old mistakes constantly. They fear situations that have not even happened yet. Because of this, their mind rarely experiences real rest. But Buddhism teaches mindfulness, the practice of returning awareness to the present moment. Peace becomes possible when the mind stops constantly running toward regret and fear. Right now, in this moment, you are alive, breathing, learning, growing, and this moment deserves your awareness. Many people miss the beauty of life because their mind is always somewhere else. Even while eating, they worry. Even while resting, they overthink. Even while spending time with loved ones, they mentally replay problems. Slowly, life passes while the mind remains distracted by fear and pressure. But Buddhism teaches that peace lives in presence. A calm sunrise, a quiet breath, the sound of rain, a peaceful walk, a moment of silence. These simple experiences become beautiful again when the mind finally slows down. Many people think peace must be found in dramatic achievements, but often peace quietly exists inside ordinary moments people no longer notice. The modern world constantly teaches people to chase more success, more attention, more validation, more possessions, more achievement. But Buddhism teaches that endless craving creates endless dissatisfaction. The more the mind constantly chases happiness outside itself, the more restless it becomes. This does not mean goals are wrong. Growth is beautiful, success is not evil. But peace disappears when a person believes happiness can only exist after reaching the next achievement. Many people spend their whole life postponing peace. I will relax after success. I will feel worthy after approval. I will love myself after becoming perfect. But the finish line keeps moving forever. That is why inner peace matters more than external perfection. A peaceful mind can enjoy life even during imperfect seasons. A restless mind suffers even during successful seasons. This is a powerful truth. Many people also lose peace because they constantly compare themselves to others. Comparison creates emotional pressure because the mind becomes focused on what it lacks instead of appreciating what already exists. Someone else always appears richer, more attractive, more successful, more admired. If your mind constantly compares, peace becomes impossible because there will always be another person doing something differently. But Buddhism teaches that every person walks a different path in life. Some people learn through struggle, some through loss, some through patience, some through suffering. Your journey was never meant to look exactly like someone else's. A flower blooming later than another flower is still beautiful. In the same way, your timing does not remove your value. Peace begins when you stop racing against the world constantly. Many people are emotionally exhausted because they are carrying too much mentally every single day. They carry shame from the past, fear about the future, pressure to succeed, need for validation, insecurity about appearance, emotional pain from relationships, and endless overthinking about life. Eventually, the mind becomes overwhelmed. But Buddhism teaches simplicity, not only physical simplicity, mental simplicity too. A peaceful mind learns what to release endless comparison, release attachment to approval, release old guilt, release unnecessary emotional chaos. Release the need to control everything. The lighter the mind becomes, the more peace enters life. Many people are also addicted to emotional drama without realizing it. Their mind became so used to stress and overthinking that calmness feels unfamiliar. Silence feels uncomfortable because silence forces them to face emotions they have been avoiding. But healing begins when you stop escaping yourself. Meditation became important in Buddhism because it teaches people how to sit peacefully with themselves again, not to suppress thoughts, but to observe them calmly without becoming consumed by every emotion. At first, this feels difficult because most people are not used to stillness, but slowly, awareness grows. The mind becomes calmer, thoughts lose power, fear becomes quieter, and peace slowly returns again. Many people think inner peace means never feeling sadness, anger, or fear again. But Buddhism does not teach emotional perfection. Human emotions are natural. Peace means your emotions no longer completely control your identity. You feel sadness without becoming hopeless. You feel fear without becoming trapped. You feel anger without destroying yourself or others. This emotional balance creates strength. A peaceful person is not weak. A peaceful person is emotionally grounded. There is a huge difference. Many people believe strength means always appearing tough, emotionless, or emotionally unavailable. But Buddhism teaches that true strength comes from awareness, patience, compassion, and calmness. Anyone can react emotionally. Anyone can explode in anger. Anyone can panic under fear. But remaining calm and aware during difficult moments requires deep inner strength. This is why a peaceful mind becomes more powerful than external success alone. A person with inner peace makes clearer decisions, builds healthier relationships, protects their energy better, and experiences life more deeply. Many people lose years of their life trapped inside unnecessary mental suffering, simply because they never learned how to care for their inner world properly. They learned how to work, how to compete, how to impress others. But nobody taught them how to sit peacefully with themselves. Nobody taught them how to heal emotionally. Nobody taught them how to stop overthinking. Nobody taught them how to release emotional burden. This is why Buddhism remains so powerful even today, because it reminds people to return inward, to reconnect with themselves again, to remember that peace is not created through endless external chasing. It is created within the mind. There are people listening to these words right now who secretly feel mentally exhausted. Their mind rarely rests. Even during quiet moments, they feel pressure, fear, and emotional heaviness inside themselves. But healing is possible. Your mind can become peaceful again, not overnight, not through force, but slowly through awareness and compassion. Every time you choose calmness instead of chaos, every time you protect your energy, every time you stop comparing yourself, every time you release unnecessary guilt, every time you return to the present moment, your mind becomes lighter, your soul breathes easier, and peace slowly returns. This changes everything, because when the mind becomes peaceful, life itself feels different. Food tastes better, nature feels more beautiful, conversations feel deeper, silence feels comforting instead of scary. Even difficult moments become easier to survive, because your inner world no longer collapses under every challenge. This is true freedom. Not freedom from all problems, but freedom from constant inner suffering. Many people spend years chasing a perfect life while ignoring the condition of their own mind. But one peaceful mind is more valuable than endless external achievement without inner calmness. Because at the end of the day, you experience life through your mind. If the mind feels peaceful, even simple moments become meaningful. But if the mind remains restless, even success can feel empty. That is why Buddhism teaches people to care for their inner world first, to protect their peace, to calm their thoughts, to release attachment, to live with awareness, to stop fighting themselves constantly. And slowly, through this practice, life begins feeling lighter again, not because the world suddenly became perfect, but because the mind finally stopped creating unnecessary suffering. And once inner peace enters your life deeply, you begin realizing something beautiful. The calmness you searched for in achievements, validation, relationships, and external success was quietly waiting inside you all along. You simply needed to return to yourself to find it. 16. Your life changes the moment you finally choose yourself. Many people spend years waiting for someone else to save them emotionally. They wait for another person to finally make them feel worthy, loved, understood, or complete. They believe peace will arrive after someone finally chooses them, supports them, or stays beside them forever. Because of this, they spend most of their life chasing acceptance while slowly abandoning themselves in the process. They ignore their own needs to keep others happy. They silence their feelings to avoid conflict. They tolerate disrespect because they fear loneliness. They sacrifice their peace, hoping people will finally value them properly. But instead of finding happiness, they slowly become emotionally exhausted. This happens because a person cannot build a peaceful life while constantly betraying themselves inside. In Buddhism, attachment creates suffering. And one of the deepest attachments people carry is attachment to needing outside validation in order to feel complete. They depend so heavily on approval, relationships, and acceptance that they completely lose connection with themselves. Over time, they stop asking, "What brings me peace?" and instead ask only, "What will make others accept me?" This is where emotional suffering quietly begins. Many people are so focused on being chosen by everyone else that they never truly choose themselves. They become emotionally available for people who continuously hurt them. They stay loyal to relationships that drain their peace. They give endless chances to people who never truly respect their heart. Deep inside, they know these situations are damaging them emotionally, but fear keeps them trapped. Fear of loneliness, fear of rejection, fear of starting over, fear of disappointing people. So they continue sacrificing their own well-being while hoping things will eventually change. But Buddhism teaches that attachment to unhealthy situations only creates deeper suffering over time. You cannot heal in an environment that constantly destroys your peace. You cannot grow while constantly abandoning yourself emotionally. And you cannot truly love yourself while continuously choosing situations that damage your soul. At some point in life, every person faces a powerful decision. Continue losing yourself for temporary approval, or finally choose your own peace. This choice changes everything. Many people think choosing yourself means becoming selfish or cold, but Buddhism teaches balance, not selfishness. Choosing yourself means respecting your mental health, protecting your peace, and refusing to destroy your soul just to keep others comfortable. It means finally understanding that your feelings matter too. Your healing matters too. Your happiness matters too. There are people who spent years trying to fix everyone else, while secretly falling apart inside themselves. They became emotional support for everyone around them, but had nobody truly supporting them in return. Slowly, they became mentally exhausted because they kept giving from an empty heart. A person cannot continue pouring love into everyone else while completely neglecting their own emotional needs. Eventually, the soul becomes tired. Many people ignore this exhaustion for too long because they were taught that constantly sacrificing themselves makes them a good person. But self-destruction is not kindness. Real compassion includes compassion toward yourself too. In Buddhism, inner peace matters deeply because the condition of your mind shapes the quality of your life. A person who constantly ignores their own emotional pain eventually loses connection with themselves completely. This is why choosing yourself becomes necessary, not from ego, not from selfishness, but from awareness. The awareness that your soul deserves peace too. Many people secretly hate being alone because being alone forces them to face emotions they have been avoiding. They stay surrounded by unhealthy relationships and constant distraction because silence feels uncomfortable. But Buddhism teaches that solitude can become healing when used correctly. Time alone allows awareness to grow. It allows the mind to slow down. It allows a person to reconnect with themselves after years of emotional exhaustion. Many people discover their true self only after periods of loneliness and separation, because when the noise finally disappears, they can hear their own heart clearly again. At first, this feels painful. A person may realize how much they abandoned themselves emotionally, how much they tolerated, how much pain they carried silently, how much validation they constantly chased. But awareness is the beginning of healing. You cannot change what you refuse to see. And once awareness enters your life, transformation slowly becomes possible. Many people stay trapped in suffering because they fear change more than pain itself. They remain in unhealthy situations simply because familiarity feels safer than uncertainty. Even when something is destroying their peace, they hold on to it because they are afraid of letting go. But Buddhism teaches impermanence. Everything changes. Relationships change, people change, situations change. Life changes constantly. Trying to force everything to stay the same only creates suffering. Sometimes letting go becomes the beginning of freedom. Many people think losing people will destroy them emotionally. But often, losing unhealthy attachment is what finally saves them. Because once they stop chasing people who drain their peace, they finally have space to reconnect with themselves again. This is where healing truly begins, when a person stops begging for love and starts giving love to themselves. When they stop seeking endless validation and start respecting their own worth. When they stop abandoning their peace just to avoid being alone. This creates emotional strength. Many people confuse emotional dependence with love. They think needing someone desperately means loving deeply. But Buddhism teaches that attachment and love are not always the same thing. Attachment often comes from fear. Fear of abandonment, fear of loneliness, fear of not being enough alone. But healthy love allows peace, growth, and freedom. Healthy love does not force you to hate yourself. Healthy love does not require endless self-sacrifice. Healthy love does not destroy your emotional stability. This is why choosing yourself becomes so important. Because the relationship you build with yourself affects every other part of your life. If you constantly believe you are unworthy, you will accept poor treatment from others. If you constantly doubt yourself, you will fear being alone. If you constantly abandon your needs, your peace will slowly disappear. But when you finally choose yourself, something powerful changes inside you. Your confidence grows quietly. Your boundaries become stronger. Your mind becomes calmer. You stop needing everyone's approval. And for the first time, you begin living honestly instead of desperately. Many people spend years trying to be everything for everyone else. They become emotionally exhausted because they are constantly trying to fix problems, save relationships, and maintain approval. But eventually, they realize something important. Not every relationship is meant to be saved. Not every person will understand you. Not every connection is healthy for your soul. And that realization becomes freeing. Because once you stop trying to force everything to work, your mind becomes lighter. Buddhism teaches acceptance of reality instead of endless resistance. This means accepting when something no longer brings peace into your life. Accepting when certain people cannot grow with you. Accepting when it is finally time to walk away from emotional chaos. This acceptance creates freedom. Many people are emotionally tired because they have spent years fighting reality instead of accepting it. Trying to force people to change. Trying to force unhealthy relationships to work. Trying to force themselves to stay strong while secretly suffering. But healing begins when you stop forcing. A flower blooms naturally. The sun rises naturally. Nature flows naturally. And life becomes lighter when you stop forcing yourself to remain in situations that continuously hurt your spirit. Choosing yourself also means learning how to protect your energy. Not every conversation deserves your emotional reaction. Not every person deserves access to your peace. Not every opinion deserves space inside your mind. This awareness becomes powerful because many people waste years emotionally drained by situations that never truly deserved that much power over them. When you finally choose yourself, you stop carrying unnecessary emotional burden. You stop over-explaining yourself. You stop begging people to understand your worth. You stop tolerating constant disrespect. You stop chasing people who repeatedly ignore your value. Instead, you begin protecting your peace carefully. And this changes your entire energy. People can feel when someone finally respects themselves deeply. Their presence becomes calmer. Their words become more honest. Their boundaries become stronger. Their confidence becomes natural instead of desperate. This is the quiet strength Buddhism speaks about. Not loud ego, not arrogance, inner stability. A person who chooses themselves no longer fears loneliness the same way because they have learned how to become emotionally safe for themselves. This creates freedom. Many people fear being alone because they do not yet feel comfortable with themselves. But once inner peace begins growing, solitude no longer feels like punishment. It begins feeling peaceful instead. Quiet mornings become healing. Silence becomes comforting. Being alone no longer feels empty because your relationship with yourself becomes healthier. This is one of the most beautiful transformations a person can experience. The moment they stop abandoning themselves emotionally, the moment they finally become loyal to their own peace. There are people listening to these words right now who are emotionally exhausted from constantly carrying others while neglecting themselves. They feel drained, lost, tired, overwhelmed, but healing is possible. You are allowed to choose your peace. You are allowed to protect your energy. You are allowed to stop sacrificing yourself for temporary approval. You are allowed to let go of what continuously destroys your spirit. And most importantly, you are allowed to finally choose yourself without guilt. Because your soul deserves peace too. Your heart deserves rest too. Your mind deserves freedom too. And the moment you finally stop abandoning yourself emotionally, your entire life begins changing from the inside out. You begin breathing differently, thinking differently, feeling differently, living differently. Not because life suddenly became perfect, but because for the first time you stopped fighting against your own soul. And in Buddhism, this is where true healing begins. The moment you stop searching for your worth in everyone else and finally return home to yourself. 17. The more you love yourself, the less the world can control you. Many people spend most of their life emotionally controlled by the world around them. A single opinion changes their mood. A little rejection destroys their confidence. One moment of criticism makes them question their worth completely. They become trapped inside a constant emotional cycle where their happiness depends entirely on how others treat them. When people praise them, they feel valuable. When people ignore them, they feel worthless. When people accept them, they feel confident. When people reject them, they feel broken. This happens because deep inside, they never truly built a strong relationship with themselves. Their confidence depends on outside approval instead of inner peace. Because of this, the world gains power over their emotions. But Buddhism teaches something powerful. The more peaceful your relationship becomes with yourself, the less control the outside world has over your mind. This changes everything. Many people secretly believe self-love is selfishness. They think caring deeply about themselves means becoming arrogant or self-centered. But Buddhism teaches balance, awareness, and compassion. Real self-love is not ego. Real self-love means respecting your soul enough to stop destroying yourself emotionally for the approval of others. It means finally understanding your own worth without needing constant validation. There are people who spent years chasing acceptance from everyone around them. They changed their personality to fit into groups. They tolerated disrespect just to avoid being abandoned. They stayed quiet to avoid judgment. They constantly tried to become more likable, more attractive, more impressive, and more useful, because deep inside they feared not being enough. Slowly, this emotional pressure became exhausting, because pretending to be someone else always creates suffering. Buddha taught that attachment creates pain, and one of the deepest attachments people carry is attachment to outside approval. The mind becomes addicted to validation. It constantly seeks reassurance from the world. Do they like me? Do I look good enough? Am I successful enough? Am I worthy enough? These questions quietly control many people's entire life. But peace becomes possible the moment you stop depending on the world to constantly confirm your value. A flower does not beg people to admire it before blooming beautifully. The ocean does not ask permission before existing powerfully. Nature simply exists peacefully without needing endless approval. In the same way, your soul becomes strongest when you stop chasing validation and finally begin respecting yourself deeply. Many people think confidence comes from being better than everyone else. But Buddhism teaches something different. True confidence comes from no longer needing to compete constantly. It comes from inner calmness and self-acceptance. A confident person does not need to prove their worth every moment, because deep inside they already know they matter. This kind of confidence creates emotional freedom, because once you truly value yourself, many things stop controlling you. You stop begging people to stay. You stop tolerating constant disrespect. You stop chasing approval from people who drain your peace. You stop shrinking yourself emotionally, and slowly your entire energy changes. Many people stay trapped in unhealthy situations because they secretly believe they cannot do better. Their lack of self-love keeps them attached to people and environments that continuously hurt them. They tolerate toxic relationships. They accept emotional neglect. They allow people to disrespect them repeatedly, because deep inside they do not fully believe they deserve peace. This is why self-love matters so deeply. A person who truly respects themselves protects their peace differently, not from ego, but from awareness. They understand their energy matters, their emotions matter, their mental health matters. Many people are emotionally exhausted because they spent years abandoning themselves for temporary acceptance. They ignored their own needs while constantly trying to satisfy everyone else. Over time, they lost connection with their own soul. But the moment self-love begins growing, everything slowly changes. You stop apologizing for existing. You stop chasing people who constantly ignore your worth. You stop explaining yourself endlessly to people determined to misunderstand you. You stop carrying shame for being human, and instead, you begin protecting your inner peace more carefully. This creates strength. There are people who look strong outside but secretly feel emotionally weak because their self-worth depends entirely on public opinion. They fear criticism deeply because they never built confidence within themselves. But a person who truly loves themselves becomes emotionally stable, not perfect, not emotionless, but grounded. They understand that another person's opinion does not decide their value. They understand that rejection does not make them worthless. They understand that failure does not destroy their identity. This awareness changes the way they move through life. Many people suffer because they take everything personally. Every negative comment becomes an emotional wound. Every rejection becomes proof they are not enough. But Buddhism teaches detachment from external judgment. People often project their own pain, fear, and insecurity onto others. Someone criticizing you does not automatically mean you are worthless. Someone failing to appreciate you does not remove your value. Someone misunderstanding you does not erase your truth. But people who lack self-love often absorb every opinion deeply because they are already unsure about themselves inside. This is why healing the relationship with yourself becomes so important. The stronger your inner peace becomes, the less power outside negativity has over your mind. There are also people who constantly compare themselves to others because they secretly believe everyone else is better than them. They compare beauty, success, money, relationships, and achievements until their confidence completely disappears. But comparison becomes weaker when self-love grows, because a person who values themselves no longer feels threatened by another person shining. The sun and moon both exist beautifully without competing against each other. In the same way, your worth does not decrease simply because someone else succeeds too. This understanding creates freedom from endless comparison. Many people also fear being alone because they do not yet feel emotionally safe with themselves. They stay attached to unhealthy people simply to avoid loneliness. But Buddhism teaches that inner peace makes solitude feel peaceful instead of painful. When self-love grows, being alone no longer feels empty because your relationship with yourself becomes healthier. You begin enjoying your own presence. Silence becomes peaceful instead of uncomfortable. You stop needing constant distraction and validation to feel okay. This is emotional freedom. Many people spend years searching for love from others while completely neglecting self-love. But no amount of external love can fully heal someone who secretly hates themselves inside. A person who lacks self-love often struggles to receive love properly because deep inside they feel undeserving of it. Even when others care about them, insecurity still whispers, "You are not enough." But self-love quiets this fear slowly, not instantly, but through awareness, patience, and compassion practiced daily. Many people think self-love means always feeling confident and happy, but Buddhism teaches a deeper understanding. Self-love means treating yourself with compassion, even during difficult moments. It means speaking to yourself with kindness instead of cruelty. It means forgiving yourself for being imperfect. It means allowing yourself to grow without endless shame. It means protecting your peace instead of constantly destroying yourself emotionally. This changes the way you experience life. Your mind becomes calmer, your reactions become softer, your heart feels lighter, and slowly, life stops feeling like a constant battle against yourself. Many people have spent so many years criticizing themselves that kindness toward themselves feels unfamiliar. They became comfortable with self-hatred because pain repeated itself for too long. But Buddhism teaches awareness of suffering so healing can begin. You cannot heal while constantly attacking yourself mentally. You cannot build peace through endless self-rejection. You cannot feel free while constantly seeking outside approval. Healing begins when compassion enters the mind. Every time you speak gently to yourself, every time you forgive yourself for mistakes, every time you stop comparing your journey, every time you choose peace over validation, your relationship with yourself becomes stronger. And as this relationship grows, the world slowly loses its emotional control over you. This is powerful because many people are emotionally imprisoned by public opinion without realizing it. They fear judgment constantly. They fear disappointing people. They fear rejection. They fear not being accepted. Because of this fear, they stop living honestly. But a person who truly loves themselves becomes freer emotionally, not because they stop caring completely, but because they stop depending entirely on outside approval to feel valuable. This freedom changes life completely. You speak more honestly. You express yourself more naturally. You stop pretending constantly. You stop tolerating emotional disrespect. You stop begging people to recognize your worth, and instead your confidence becomes peaceful and natural. This is why Buddhism teaches inner peace so deeply, because inner peace creates emotional independence. The world becomes less able to manipulate your emotions once you truly respect yourself. People's opinions stop controlling your happiness. Temporary rejection stops destroying your confidence. Comparison loses its power. Fear becomes quieter. And slowly, you begin feeling emotionally free for the first time in years. There are people listening to these words right now who secretly feel trapped by insecurity, fear, and constant need for validation. They feel emotionally controlled by the world around them.